How we feeling, boys? Ready to get started? Ready for the reveal? It's going to be hard for me to hide it as soon as I turn on the camera, so it's all or nothing. Let's do it. Let's do it. What's good, nerds? I'm blonde again. Finally. Been waiting for a while. It feels good. I've missed it. Bald reveal. Arguably. Looks almost like it. I also changed up the way I'm doing color in the room, the lighting. I got a new light and changed that all up a bit. Spent most of the day yesterday working on the hair and changing how the studio works. But I'm here. Who are you? God damn it. I love the old color too, but I wanted the blonde back. I missed it. People are debating between older and younger, if I look older or if I look younger. I think I look younger, and once I'm scared of my age, I'll just shave the mustache and then I'll look younger again too. Can't believe you thought I was a natural blonde. You're unsubbing. God damn it, Aiden. You knew me before I was even bleaching my hair, I'm pretty sure. Well, younger, let's pull it. I'm curious. Do I look older or younger with the blonde? Older, younger, roughly same. I am very curious. Past midnight for Eurogang. I'm sorry, guys. I just needed to get some more content out before I leave for my trip next week, because I won't be able to stream Wednesday, and I won't be able to stream Monday, and I don't think I'll be able to stream Tuesday. So this is basically the best I can do. Most important thing that you missed? Well, we just started. Don't worry. The important thing, the hair. Check that out. The kid from Meet the Robinsons grew up. I'll take it. Very interesting split here. The hair was the reveal. I have a bigger reveal coming up in 2 weeks. I said it was a small one. I tried to hint at that with all of the marketing and the title and such. The bigger one, like, you guys already know what it is. It's the pick thing that we're still deep in work on. Hoping to have this in a state where Mark can start grinding on it by the end of today. And then hopefully have this ready to launch by stream, not this coming week, but the week after. Yeah, we got an actual product to launch soon. But for now, it's the hair. You look like somebody who would ride a skateboard. Oh boy, do I have news for you. Hopefully sound won't be too loud if I play clips. Trying to think of a good one to start with that won't get me DMCA'd with music and shit. I love this one. This is a personal favorite. I love this clip. Dan killed it with the filming too, with the slight zoom in. Johnny Geiger shit. Damn right. Geiger's a legend. Yeah, this one actually front paged on Reddit when I posted it on the skateboarding sub, and they really love the nollie laser at the end, which is funny because the tray flip hippie jump's objectively much, much harder and cooler. But the fact that I got the nollie laser locked like that is something that Reddit really likes, because it's such a weird trick to have locked. I love my weird tricks to have locked, though. It's kind of my thing. There's a clip in here that's like a VX clip that I really like. Here it is. This one was fun. That was one of the best switch lasers I've ever done. I love it so much. What's with Instagram thinking the play count on all these things is like 1? It's got to be bugged out. Top comment says Prime lol. Uploading Hero Contest reveal will be tomorrow. I'll be filming a video at the end of the day. And Ronnie Mullen action? Damn right. Let me find a good clip of that. I'm thinking of one particular one I really like. This one. So the second set of tricks on this clip. Although the switch Casper flip's definitely something that I'd say fits within it. Yeah, the 1 foot primo, back to frontside rail. Quick body vary out so I can get back to the stance I prefer. Then the very double back to, no, that was a triple, back to rail. Favorite shoes is a tough question because my favorite shoes to skate and my favorite shoes to wear are very different. My favorite shoes to skate are Nike SBs, specifically Dunks, because they don't hurt my feet when I bail and they don't take too much control away either. It's a really good balance of like protecting my feet while also giving me a lot of flexibility and control. My favorite shoes to wear are the Dylan Reeder Huffs, the slip-ons, but I'm scared to wear them now because you cannot get them anymore. They do not exist anymore because Dylan Reeder died and Keith Huffnagel, the guy who runs Huff, also died. For those who are in the skate world, you probably can tell how big of a Dylan Reeder fan I am from like how I dress and present myself and generally just am. Like, it's weird that I've outlived Dylan Reeder. Like, the fact that I'm older than him now just like irks me. It feels so strange because I looked up to him so much. Yeah. I'll just sit here and nerd out like deeply about skate stuff forever if I don't stop now. So I'm going to consciously put in the effort to stop now. And yeah, we should figure out what we're talking about today. It's a bunch of fun things. I should do this list so we can put the ones I think are most popular or most important near the top. This one will be fun. I'm going to bump it back a little bit. Anything in here that's like particularly high priority? I feel like there hasn't been any like really big breaking news the last few days, if not like week or two, which has been kind of nice, I'll be honest. Not having shit happening constantly. I have not been skating much because I have a shoulder injury recently, sadly. Oh, it wasn't Suchu. It was Austin Gillette, I believe, is the one you're thinking of. NVIDIA dying, I'm probably going to take off the list because they did not end up having their stock go down that much. It did go down for a bit, but it recovered relatively quickly. Yeah. Hard for me to talk shit when they've seen 129% growth in 6 months. I have a lot of thoughts on Braille falling apart. It would take a long time to go over all of those. Generally, I have a lot of respect for the Braille crew. I'd say anything Ricky said, I probably agree with. Tend to be relatively aligned with him. We're decent homies. I love Ricky so much. Need to go through all the subs that I missed while I was distracted there. We got William Welsh starting us off today with the 10 months. Thank you for that. Mr. Bubbles with the 6 months as well. Then Kian with the 17 months now. That's insane. Almost at the 1.5 year mark. We got Taco Bandit 5 months in. We got Yash 15 months in. We got Brigglesworth the 4 months. We got CBLD with the 6 months. Yes, I need to figure out booking for DEF CON still, but yes. I've been in Braille videos before, man. Like, to be fair, mostly just in the background, but I did get a slow-mo trick that they wanted to put in something. I don't know if it ever came out or not, but yeah, I've been in Braille stuff here and there. I'm like I chat with Cairo a bit. Like, we've texted. He really wanted me to build their mobile app way back. I'll absolutely let you know, Lo. I don't want to keep like lore dropping my connection to other YouTubers, but the biggest thing with the DEF CON is I need to figure out what Luke Lafrene's plan is, because he wanted to get like a nice place for us to chill. I would probably stream Skater XL, but that game has a lot of hate right now, so I probably wouldn't. I want to stream Skate, like the games, but I play a lot more Skater XL than EA Skate. Like, a lot more. So yeah, that's tough. Just like when the new skate finally comes out, the free to play one they've been working on for like 6 years now, that'll almost certainly play on stream. I don't. Yes, LMG Luke. Yes, we've been hanging more. I have some fun things with him to show in the near future too. Yeah, I'm still on great terms with Aaron. Yeah. Yeah, LMG Luke's a good friend. Yeah, if only you could have come to Open Sauce, you would have been able to hang with him with us. He's great. I fucking love Luke. Low level, remind me to send you a clip later, or if you're, let me see how easily I can find it in Discord. Also, generally speaking, I don't even know what you asked, but please don't ignore me. That's a day timeout. Give me 1 sec to open Discord without showing things I don't want to. One moment. Cool. I just tagged you in the clip low level. I have a feeling you'll enjoy that. My curiosity is getting to me. Yeah, no. S-Boy, if you're still around, just go watch my goal setting videos. I made them for a reason. Yeah, my stylist kills it. They haven't been allowed to touch my roots for a while because my skin was so fucked from the Accutane, but now that I'm done with that, it's pretty great. Yes, I revealed the reveal, motherfucker. Look at my head. Come on. The video where I compared T3 app to Rails. Oof. I know I did that at some point. It might have been the why there is no Rails in JavaScript video. Probably that one. Yeah, sorry to the Europeans. I feel bad, but I need to get some content out. Also, sorry to YouTube. Villain arc starts now. Like we haven't been on it this whole time. Come on. The React 19 release is delayed until they fix the like concurrently calling promises and child components thing. It's going to be hard. Suspense is hard. Oh, actually, one other fun thing. I'm trying Alacrity out. I'm finally trying a modern terminal. It was the only one I could find that doesn't like hate Tmux users. There's a surprising number of new terminals that hate Tmux users. Yeah, I've been planning my next cool tools video. The things I want to include in it. I have like a dev and a non-dev section. I almost think these need to be 2 different videos at this point because I have so many in both. And SVGL is in both too. JQ something like the point of this is more to be like trying to find a way to put it, like newish things I've been using. TIG's probably the oldest thing in one of these, honestly. But JQ, I feel like a more general like CLI, fuck, that's a good idea. Cool CLI tools I've been using. FFmpeg, the goat, FNM for node stuff, lazy git, TIG, Tmux, JQ, fast fetch. Haven't dove on AC or FCF yet. I'm not gonna. how does Lazy Docker work relative to OrbStack? Because I moved to OrbStack for all my Docker stuff. There's an SVGL raycast extension. I have not seen that. I definitely need that later. I'm familiar with Coolify. I think the dude is making it pretty cool. I was iffy at first on him, but he's come he's convinced me. I get what he's doing, and for the level of devs and it's a really good hobby and side project solution if you really don't like serverless. And as a solo dev project, I think it makes a ton of sense. The fact that one dude's working on it and building it as bringing the DX of modern platforms to older styles of development. I think that aspect of it is fucking awesome. But if he was to try and make it a big company and then distribute it and make a bunch of money, then I would immediately be much less interested. But the fact that he is keeping it so well contained in its box of the solution space that it's trying to operate within, I have a lot of respect for that. I feel like everybody tries to generalize their product and make it reach way further than it's supposed to. And it's awesome that that's not the case anymore. That somebody is no, this is what this is for. We're not pretending to be bigger than we are. Oh my Tmux, I should probably put in here. Oh my Tmux. Is Oh My Z Shell going to get me flamed? I know people really don't like Oh My Z Shell, but I'm still using it. Will that get me flamed? Chat, I need your opinions. I use it. OMZ is pretty good. Okay, cool. A lot of, I'm assuming Oh My Posh, that's for PowerShell, right? For any shell. Interesting. So the thing I don't like about this is I don't want any of this stuff in my standard prompt. I want my prompt to be as boring as possible. Just include the folder. I would even consider removing the Git thing, but it is kind of nice to see my branch right there. But the less is best. I love the pure shell theme back in the day. Yeah, I loved pure. Starship is great. Is this an alternative to Zish? Or is this for any shell? Okay. Interesting. And the default skin looks just like pure. Okay. You guys know how to get my attention. I'll set that up after stream. Grr. I know power level 10K is the OG classic. But again, it's just too much shit going on. I don't want all of that. P10K's in maintenance mode? Shit. Damn. To be fair, I don't know how much those things need to change. Yeah. Thanks, Haku, by the way. Thanks for stopping by, too. Yeah, honestly, I just wanted a terminal that was a little bit faster I wouldn't get flamed for. FNM does handle NPMRC. It's one of my favorite things about it. And it handles it super fast. FNM's phenomenal. It's the only one of those node version managers that doesn't make me want to go insane. The way I change node versions when I need a different one is I go to the NPMRC in the project I'm working on and I change it there, and then it just changes it for me. I don't actually run any FNM commands. I'll demo this when I record that video eventually. I'm going to do to research. Alacrity using now. What was the one I just bookmarked? Starship. Cool. Yeah, thank you, CJE, by the way, for resubbing, as well as Bada. Appreciate you both a ton. I need to run out of the commercial. We're going to get started with the filming. Going to do a slightly longer one. Cool. I tried out Warp, didn't like it too much. Auth0 dev workflow is not suited for changing node paths. Oof. Oof. I'm bookmarking this shit for sure. You know what? I'll just install it now. SVG. Oh, this is for submitting one. Search Adobe. And enter copies it to clipboard. Right? That's too high up a level. It does. Look at that. That is very convenient. Good shit. Thank you for that. That will actually make my life easier. This is the one that I forgot her name, but she used to work at, I think, yeah, Ellie. Yeah, she used to work at Post Hog. She's super legit. Ellie's the shit. And I'm pretty sure this is the thing that she's been working on. Yeah. Yeah. Just because I fucking trust Ellie so much, I'm absolutely going to be looking into that. Yeah, the Windows Terminal app's fucking dope. I actually know one of the people that works on it. It's pretty good. Okay. There's a thing I need to research more for, but I'm absolutely going to be doing, but we're going to bump it down for now. Let's start gunning shit out. I think this is a good chunk of things. If there's any important topics that I'm missing, I hope y'all will let me know. I just want to go through these in order. This is, I ranted about this a bit last stream. Windows virtualization layer changed a lot with Windows 10 and Windows 11, where they use VTX and VTD to, what's it called? They use them to isolate individual processes in Windows now because Windows memory safety is such a shit show. So they use the processor virtualization layer in order to isolate processes so they're less likely to be able to fuck with each other's memory, which is hilarious. But it also means that they're operating the hypervisor at a level slightly higher than programs like VirtualBox want, and you can only have that hypervisor running at one level at a time across all of Windows, from my understanding. And the result is that emulating Windows XP on modern Windows through VirtualBox is an absolute shit show. Like, hilariously miserable. And it took me like 6 hours of knowing what the fuck I'm doing and playing with BIOS settings and reconfiguring Windows to turn off the security setting that would let me virtualize Windows XP at a reasonable like performance level. It was fucking insane. I haven't like grinded that hard on some weird side quest in so long, and it's entirely because Windows sucks. And as for the T4 stack, no, it is not by me. The guy has been like stealing my brand and my name for a while now, and it's fucking obnoxious. He had a different name that was given to him when he merged with a different project, and has just been a dick since. Like, awful. Basically, everybody involved in the project asked him to rename it. He said no, and they just quit. So, yeah. Fuck the T4 stack guy. I'm tired of pretending that it's, like, fine. It's not. He's just obnoxious. Now he's, like, trying to make money off it, especially after getting fired from his last 2 gigs. Yeah, no, fuck him. Yeah, that dude is something else. Yeah, the hair is the reveal. Sorry for not making that clear. I'm going to change the title quick so people don't get... Set title, new hair reveal, plus zoom using T3. Cool. I'll change it on YouTube as well. Why not? Alacrity was a reveal as well. Yeah, that's fair. I will say the thing I hate most by far is the icon. Like, I get it. It's trying to be like a proper like Linux app in that sense. Gabriel, god damn it. How the fuck? What? You watch enough of my shit that you more than anybody should have recognized that. No worries. You know, the mobile or the Twitch app is so bad that when I'm watching streams for multi-streamers, I'll have Twitch in chat only mode and I'll have YouTube with the preview player up so that I can actually see it. Only thing I found that's even vaguely reliable. Excited to see how it looks when it roots out a bit more, yeah. Little bugs like bugs like actual like insects coming out of your MacBook. That's terrifying. Are you like on drugs? I'm not searching it, no. Shit. That's fun to hear. So when you say gear, you do mean Zoom, like WebRTC Zoom, like the video call app, right? Not Zoom, like the audio hardware recording company, because both are pretty legit. I really like the hardware company Zoom. Like, I use their recorders for a bunch of random shit. They're super reliable and solid. Yeah, the blonde always made the stash much more eye-catching for sure. I liked the roots a lot. I definitely liked the way my hair was before, but I like this a lot too. It's just nice having the full blonde again. I missed it. But as for is this a stylist? Yes, I spend a lot of money with my stylist. Oh shit, that'll be fun. Yeah, agreed with Zoom hardware especially. Good shit. We need to get started. Danny, I did follow you. Fuck, what were you? I think I might have one of your articles queued, if I recall. Did you do the Angular Rust one? No, right? No, that's Danny. Fuck. I had something that you wrote in here, I'm pretty sure. Or you're just working on something that I was excited about. What the fuck was it? Give me one sec to lurk. Oh, you're making fucking Biome. That's why I followed you, because for some reason I wasn't following you already. Oh, also, you did the component stuff. When should we break out components? Would you be cool with me using this for content? I was going to hit you up, but haven't had a chance, so I bumped it down the list. Because this looked very much within my interests. Shit, you're doing Tailwind. We're best friends now. Okay, yeah, I like you a lot already. Writing articles about really important, meaningful topics like this, like, these are really hard things to discuss, much less like write down into an article. So I'm actually really excited for this one. And Biome Tailwind support is the biggest thing keeping me from moving over. Fuck yeah. So is this article not done then? Because if this article is done, there's a thing we could do ASAP. But if you want to add more to it first, I'm totally down to wait, and you can just hit me up when it's ready. Like, whatever you prefer. I was real excited for that one. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, Danny. Really appreciate it. It's done? Oh, shit. Well, that's the best thing I can hear from somebody making content that's good for content. So yeah, I'm pumped to make a video about that in the near future. I might even bump that up and do it a little sooner. I do already have to do a component video. I owe this one to Boba. He's awesome, and all of his articles have been great so far, but this might happen today. If not, it'll happen next stream for sure. Thank you so much. My MacBook battery life's been a bit rough recently. It used to be insane. Like, on my MacBook Air, it was like 10 plus hours. On this guy, it was like 7 plus because I have the max, but I'm down to like, when I have anything real open, like 3 to 4 hours. I absolutely abuse the battery. It's rare this thing's plugged in. But yeah, I abuse this thing for sure. I would never say or pretend otherwise. What's my tea doing? Yeah, the Air is great. The only reason an average dev should consider the Pro over the Air is that they really want the 120 hertz screen. That's the only reason I can think of. The more power on the Pro isn't worth it unless you're literally encoding video. The Air is the better computer for most people. But if you're used to 120 hertz on everything, you got to make the move. I use the Air as my main computer, not just dev, but for editing video and everything else until mid to late 2022. So yeah, it's fine. Aren't you on an Intel machine, Gabriel? Because 32 gigs of RAM on an Intel is the equivalent of like 8 on the Apple Silicon. I promise you 24 gigs of RAM is enough for most people on an Air or on an M series chip. Oh yeah, that's going to be rough. So the thing a lot of people miss with Apple Silicon is that the SSD speeds are faster than DDR3 RAM and up there with DDR4 RAM. So what you're used to for RAM speeds on other computers is the equivalent of paging to SSD on the Apple Silicon. So even if you aren't on RAM, it's not a big deal. Yeah, I used to work with After Effects on my M2 Air, never had a problem. Do you know how insane that is? Do you know how much resource fucking After Effects takes? That's crazy. Best Windows alternative to Air is an Air running Windows. I'm sorry. It's apparently the new Surface Book is fine because they finally have ARM processors. But the state of ARM in Windows is rough enough that you're kind of fucked. Like x86 is not the way to have a portable machine. The reason I moved over to Mac. Fuck, is that a video? Why I moved to Mac from Linux. Do I just gun this out now? Let me do a camera offset. We're going to go, wow, it's almost 50 minutes in. 49:40. I changed the recording settings I'm using on the camera, so like the recording files will actually be useful now. They were way too big to be reasonable before, where like one stream would be over 500 gigs recorded on camera. Now it'll be closer to like 150 to maybe 200, which will be a lot more viable. And on limitations of external screens on the MacBooks is only the computers that aren't a Pro, like the standard M series, and it's just how the silicon's made. Yeah, so I'm doing H.265 MP4s because H.265 MOVs were almost the exact same bit rate, even though it would lower the color profile from 422 to 420, which was obnoxious. Shit. I don't remember what my answer was, but we're going to do it again. You can, but fuck display link. Fuck display link. AV1 is too hard to encode in, yeah, you guessed it right. It's too hard to encode in a camera directly. We'll talk about this, don't worry. Marker, my journey to Mac from Linux. Curious, what are you adding it for? Yeah. Oh, my manager at Twitch was the reason. Big part of it for sure. He's why I simplified my workflow, but not necessarily why I moved to Linux or to Mac. So, why I moved to Mac. Whew. I think I have an intro in mind. By now, y'all probably know that I like my MacBook. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Apple's a perfect company and that macOS is the ideal operating system or any of this. If you want proof, check out my other channel, Theo Rants, where I regularly break down Apple's worst decisions, especially around the App Store. I'm not fond of the way they run that. That all said, I honestly can't imagine doing my work, be it code, running my business, making videos, and all these other things, on any computer other than my trusty MacBook right here. And my path here was kind of strange because whether or not you believe it, I used to be a die-hard Linux guy, like working on my own custom Android ROMs and trying to contribute to CyanogenMod, I rocked a ThinkPad with Arch and i3 for a while, and it was really fun. But I didn't stick with it. I did eventually bounce to this beautiful MacBook with but as you know, I didn't stick with it. I did eventually bounce to this beautiful MacBook with the beautiful Outer Wild sticker in front. And I want to talk a bit about why, because I've never really broken down my path from Linux to my Mac. So let's talk about why I moved to Mac. The first important thing to realize is when I started my move to Mac. When I was in high school, I was absolutely a PC guy. I was building my own computers. I dreamed of writing for Linus Tech Tips. I even had a kind of cringy tech review blog. I got one of the first 240 gig SSDs from Kingston right when it released because I went to, PAX East and convinced them that I was legit enough to be worth sending something to for a review sample. And it blew me away. It was so cool. But I was deep on the PC building scene. That was my shit. I'm going to do something risky. I'm going to find some photos quick. Might have to go somewhere I do not want to go on stream, but it's the best place to find it. Give me one moment. I know I'll be able to find some of these pics. For those wondering, I'm scrolling through ancient Facebook stuff, and I will never, ever reveal any of my Facebook past and content beyond random photos I can pull up like this. Come on, where are they? I know I posted more. Are these photos of me? Is that the problem? Yeah, that was the issue. There we go. Okay, there are some fucking gems in here. I'm so happy I decided to go find these. Y'all are gonna freak. This is great. Yes, I found the specific ones I was looking for. Yes. I know there's even more good if I scroll a little further, though. Oh, yes, the specific, hilarious, insane one I was thinking of, I just found. Yes. We're golden boys. Any other really good cringe shit I can find in here? That will work. Okay, now we're talking. There. And get these two ready. Okay. We have everything I want for this one now. Cool. I want to make sure y'all believe me when I say I used to be a PC person, so I dug through the old Facebook to prove it. This is a very Android photo because I was a very Android person. Some of the others are a little more high quality, but this was my setup for a while. That HP laptop right there, I learned about Linux both because my high school had a Linux club that I got part of as a freshman, even though it was all seniors. Owe them for everything. Yes, that was a Beatles poster. But also, you can see my little Android statue there. My principal in high school gave that to me because I helped him ROM his Android phone. Yes, my high school principal would call me out of class to go to the principal's office to help him install new custom ROMs on his phone. I've been a nerd since fucking elementary school, but like that type of deep since high school. And this HP laptop carried me through so much shit. It's insane. God, that computer. It was the reason I'm the reason I'm a bit of a Vista apologist. Yes, I can defend Vista, not because it was good, but because it was the first like shock to the system of computer manufacturers that they couldn't keep coasting on 256 gigs of RAM anymore. 256 megs, not even gigs, megs. Yeah. The 256 meg cap for memory that every manufacturer effectively was operating with was insane. And if it wasn't for Vista, we might have never really normalized reasonable amounts of memory. But Vista demanded so much more that manufacturers actually started improving their hardware for the first time in so goddamn long. So even though this laptop was a piece of shit, and it was absolutely a piece of shit, it had 3 gigs of RAM, which was very handy because I ended up using it to host servers after I stopped using it as my main computer. But man, I would play World of Warcraft with that thing flipped upside down, battery removed, and a desk fan blowing air directly on it. Before I had snagged the Sony monitor, I don't remember how I got that. Oh, that wasn't the Sony. I got this one on sale when I worked at Staples. It's a 1600-900 cheap ass display I got for like $70. Before then, I was using a goddamn CRT. And yeah, the printer under the desk was nasty. I'm not saying the setup was good. I'm saying it's how I functioned. It was like the best I could do in high school at the time with this like crappy old wired keyboard and the tracker and the $70 mouse and the free keyboard. You used what you could, okay? But I made it work. The more interesting thing, though, is obviously like I was dual booting all of these with Linux. This computer at this point was just a Minecraft server running a headless Ubuntu at that point. But I would use Windows as my main OS for gaming, and when I wanted to get any real work done, would immediately reboot to Linux. There is an important detail here, which is I did a lot of photoshopping. There isn't much proof of that here, but I would like make graphics and like fuck with my friends' pictures and things all of the time. So I did end up in Windows a decent bit just to do Photoshop type stuff. But I was in Windows for that and for games, and then everything else I did in Linux. Primarily still Ubuntu, I'll admit, but I was deep in the Ubuntu world, running my own DEs and shit. It was a good time. But then I tried something interesting. Okay, this wasn't the interesting thing. This was me rocking the Asus Transform, or the Transformer. That fucking tablet was awful. No, that's not the interesting thing. Fuck, where is it? Did I move it? Okay, cool. Here we are. Since I was building my own machines, I ended up discovering this wonderful thing called Hackintoshing. If you're not familiar with Hackintoshing, it's the concept of taking a PC and running macOS on it. It was real fun. It was real fun. The fact that I could just like build an Intel PC and then install macOS on it was just like, I'm not supposed to be able to do that. And I abused it. I was actually selling these mini Hackintoshes for a little bit. It was very fun. I learned so much from this. But the biggest thing I learned when I was doing this Hackintoshing is that macOS is fine. It's not great. It's not terrible. I was customizing the hell out of it, installing crazy desktop environments and shit. For the most part, it was fine. So I kept using Linux. I kept playing with my Linux machines. But then a very specific thing happened. I graduated high school, and I had to go to college. As you guys see here, this is 2012. I graduated in 2013. So this will be the first set of bullet points. So was mostly Linux and PC in high school, which was 2009 to 2013. Just realized my face is covering that. Started Hackintoshing in 2012. Still mained Linux, though. I was also still on Android this whole time, to be clear. I was a big Android fanboy, like would shame my friends for buying iPhones, was pissed when the iPhone 4 came to Verizon. I was very anti-Apple overall. So I should even specify that. Still very anti-Apple overall. So a series of things had to happen for my perspective to change. So 2013, graduation. I needed a laptop for college. And I wanted to really take college seriously. I grinded hard for this shit. I got into a dope school and I wanted to be able to be free, not spend all my time. Because I just spent most of my fucking high school time in my basement or out skateboarding and not doing much else. Like, yes, all of those photos before, those are all my basement. It was a refurnished basement, but it's a basement nonetheless. And I wanted to actually go out and not feel like I had to be tethered to a wall all the time. So I specifically needed a laptop with good battery life. So this was 2013. I needed a laptop with decent battery. A very interesting thing happened in 2013. The 2013 MacBook Air. Okay, hold on, I'll stay muted. The 13-inch MacBook Air looks and feels just like last year's, but it runs for more than 12 hours. Do you know how nuts this was as a person rocking a Dell and an HP, both with GPUs in them, that had like bought a used ThinkPad? This was insane. The idea of a battery that could last you actually 12 hours was just unbelievable. And this laptop, even though I didn't like macOS much, I just needed hardware that would actually get me through college. So I bought this with the specific plan of installing Linux on it right when I got it. So that was my plan. Get the 2013 MacBook Air, install Linux on it so I can have a portable computer running Linux with actual decent battery life, and then bring my super beefy desktop that I had built to college as well and just leave it running, plugged in all the time, and then SSH into it, remote into it, whatever I need to do when I needed a more powerful machine. That was my plan. Do you know what? That plan worked relatively well. So let's add that here. Got 2013 MacBook Air. Planned to install Linux. Or not even planned. I did install Linux. So I installed... What flavor of Linux did I install? I'm pretty sure I triple booted it. Fuck, what did I install? I'm pretty sure I was like a Fedora guy at the time. I'm almost positive it was Fedora, yeah. Because I wanted something real stable. Because again, I was being the like try hard, I'm taking this college thing seriously guy. And Fedora was the serious like Debian version. So I gave it a very real shot. Why no Arch? People are asking in chat, why not Arch? Because it was a MacBook Air that had just been released. It had like just come out. And I was not dealing with getting Arch configured on a machine that nobody else had tried to install Arch on. I did not want to be first. I wanted to be stable. Like this was the first time in my life where I wanted my computer to stop being a problem. Because up until this point, I was constantly dealing with my configurations breaking, my computer not booting, especially my phone, by the way, because I was always running custom software on my phone. And like I reinstalled a new ROM and like would wipe my system data at least once a week at this time. So I was like notoriously hard to get a hold of. My shit was always broken. I could fix it, but it was always broken. And I really wanted to take things more seriously in college. So I did. And that's why I ended up with the MacBook. But I had a big realization. The big realization happened when I started coding on macOS. Well, it was OS X at the time. And the crazy thing that I realized when I was coding in OS X is I could use most of the same tools and have Photoshop run natively. You have no idea how big of a deal this was for me. This was years before Windows Subsystem for Linux was even a thought. This was at least 5 years before the Microsoft Hearts Linux thing. This was way back. So the idea of having an OS where I could actually write code using real Unix-based tools and also have real production creative software that I relied on and I loved to use. I was as much a Photoshop nerd as I was a code nerd at the time. Having the ability to do both on the same machine at the same time, in the same OS without any virtualization, was a massive oh shit moment for me. But I did keep coding in the Linux terminal, but I did keep coding in that dual boot though. So I kept coding mostly in Fedora for 2 months. But then I needed to start using more complex debugging tools because I was in a data structures course. And the data structures course was brutal. It was in C++ and required us to use a bunch of debugging tools for memory stuff. And on Windows, the recommendation was dark memory, which was awful. On macOS, we could use Xcode. So believe it or not, Xcode was kind of goated for C++ at the time. I did not expect that. But I was regularly finding myself in Xcode just to figure out what was going on with memory in C++ because it was kind of useful for that and for debugging workflows. And eventually I caved and just used Sublime on OS X. I didn't love it though. I tried so hard to turn macOS into the crazy stuff I was doing in Linux. That all said, I wasn't coding much except for my classwork. This was college. So reminder, this was Frosh year of college. So I was like partying, going out, avoiding work to the best of my ability, barely participating in any of the open source stuff I used to do. Wasn't taking shit too seriously. But I did still host servers. Those were all still Linux. Generally speaking, for my first year of college, I did not spend much time customizing my tools unless I like literally had to. So I found myself defaulting to Mac more and more. Oh boy, people in chat remember in the data structures course. Did you take it with Barb? Cutler was insane. I planned to take college super seriously. I showed up with the intention of taking college super seriously, but then I was in college and that flew out the window very quickly once I was actually there. Yeah, I planned to, exactly. My goal was to take college seriously. Fuck yeah, you took it with Cutler. Yeah, the thing with Cutler is you hated her until you finished the class and you realized how much better a programmer you were by the end of it. So I have a lot of respect for Barb. She forced me to get good at coding much earlier than I would have otherwise. I also forgot to mention a fun detail, which is since I was hosting those Minecraft servers, I was using GNU Screen and Git to get to the servers and host and like manage the files and things. So I ended up being pretty good at GNU Screen and SSH, as well as Git before I even really started coding seriously, which ended up being a superpower, especially in college where I never had to worry about things being corrupted or like deleting the wrong file and shit while I was coding. It was a huge relief for me. So at this point, I'll say I was tolerant of Mac at this point. But a couple more things happened that slowly changed my tune more, including a swing back to Linux for a bit. But before we get there, we talk about an important thing that happened. So at the time, I was still largely running Android. And by largely, I mean entirely. I had, can I find the photos? Where are they? Yeah. I didn't find one of my Galaxy Nexus photos, but I went from the Droid to a Droid X I won in a skate contest. Yes, I won a Droid X in a skate contest. To the Galaxy Nexus, to the Nexus 4, to the HTC One M7 when it dropped on Verizon. So I was a bit of an Android fan, you could say. I was switching Android phones all the time, running custom firmware on them wherever I could. Was a big Android fanboy. And as you can see from how that looks, I also would customize the shit out of it. I probably should have found more photos of that, but I would rice the shit out of my Android stuff. I had so much fun custom styling my phone to make it look as cool as I could. But then something happened. iOS 7 happened. And this OS release fucked me up. I had never seen a mobile OS look this good before. I was spending so much time customizing my goddamn phone and couldn't make it look a tenth as good as this at the time. It was insane. Going from, remember what iOS 6 looked like with the super skeuomorphic, everything's trying to look really like the real world. The slide to unlock with the glimmery text. Oh, it was so cringe. And then iOS 7 was stunning. I had just never seen a mobile OS that looked designed before. It fucked me up. Having the like slide up with the quick actions thing, we were just starting to find patterns like this in Android. But holy shit. Holy shit. This was in 2013 actually groundbreaking. And I don't think that to this day, Apple, but specifically iOS 7, get the credit they deserve for changing the design language that we use for making applications fundamentally. Applications were no longer trying to look like their real world counterparts. They were trying much harder to be better than the real world counterpart. The example I usually give is the Books app. Apple Books iOS 6. Also, yo, Exploded Soda. Haven't seen you for a bit. Thanks for stopping by. Hope all is well. Maybe the compass might be a better example. Yeah. So one of my favorite examples to show the difference between iOS 6 and 7 is the compass. The compass on the left has a specific goal. It's trying to convince you that you don't need a real compass anymore. The reason it's designed to look just like a compass is so that you can bring your familiarity with the real world object with you and feel confident this will work the same way. The one on the right is just trying to get you the information with as little brain like overload as possible. I know nowadays we all feel nostalgic and we love the thing on the left, and there's absolutely design that takes the skeuomorphic stuff and makes it really modern and cool. But the idea of the app's design being much more focused on communicating the information and getting you an answer as quickly as possible, rather than trying to convince you this is good enough, where it really did feel like the old design language was convincing you it was good, and the new design language was just being good. And it fucked my brain up. I remember when this dropped, like my girlfriend at the time had an iPhone and an iPad, and I really wanted to play with the beta, so I convinced her to install the iOS 7 beta on her iPad so I could just see it. And I was so blown away. And then another crazy thing happened. So we should go back to the notes. So iOS 7 broke my brain. And then I had a really, really strange stroke of luck. A friend gave me a fully functioning, or retake on that. I had a crazy stroke of luck. A friend gave me a fully functioning iPhone 5. And it wasn't just like the base model, it was the max storage model. What had happened was she worked at a bog and she found it when she was working there. Like it was just in the water. So she assumed it was broken. She couldn't get it to turn on. And she sent it to me to fix with the opportunity to keep, because we were like good friends. I'd helped her with some stuff in the past. It was like a thank you type thing. And then I just got it. I cleaned it off a bunch, plugged it in to see what would happen. And it just turned on and worked fine. Literally a swamp phone. So I got a perfectly functioning iPhone 5 that happened to be perfect for me because it was also a Verizon phone. I was on Verizon at the time. So I started using it as a Wi-Fi only device with iOS 7. And I fell in love. I did not expect to be clear. I was like the diehard Android guy that would make fun of their iPhone friends that then slowly fell in love with the iPhone. And then what I would do is I'd wait for new iPhones to drop because the 5S was already out at this point. But then when the 6 dropped, I bought somebody's used 5S. It was great. I was able to constantly buy people's old phones and coast like that for a while, which was great. And iOS, unlike Android, rocking old iPhones was actually fine, which was also a new thing to me because I was used to upgrading. Like, as I mentioned, in like a 3-year window, I went from Droid to Droid X to Galaxy Nexus to Nexus 4 to One M7. That's 6 phones in like 3 years. And now I could actually just keep a phone for a while. And this made me fall in love with iOS. The fact that it worked reliably, that I had a phone that you could always contact. And obviously, I still jailbroke it. I still hacked the shit out of it. I riced my iPhone a ton. But iOS 7 as a starting point was so good. And my phone was stable. I had an actual battery, which if you used Android phones back in the day, you know your battery life was talked about in like hours with decimals. Like you would proudly say that your phone could last 4.5 hours. You wouldn't, if you're not measuring your battery life in whole numbers, then you're not measuring a battery I want to use. And that was very much the case for Android at the time. So I fell in love with iOS and slowly started using macOS more. But there's another important detail, which is I hated the there's one more important detail, which is that I hated all of the ecosystem stuff. So like the share between Mac and phone stuff. I hated all of it. I found it all just got in the way and never worked as expected. And to this day, I still strongly feel this way. I hate the AirPod handoff features. I hate the fact that when I like have my phone too close to my watch and I like go like this accidentally because I'm just like using my phone, it puts it in some crazy bump mode and starts going off a ton. Like there's just so many things that these devices do between each other that I fucking hate. And if they didn't do any of that, I would be happier with Apple stuff. So I turn off as much of it as I can. AirDrop is fine when you manually hit the button and use it, but all the automatic things are trash, fucking garbage, dumpster fire. Cannot recommend it. Ugh, not fond. But I did start using iMessage. I did move my SIM card over. I did start using iOS. But then we enter the next chapter, which is Theo gets an internship. Remember that thing I said earlier that I tried to take college really seriously and like have a really legit setup? I tried even harder with my internship. So I planned to go super hard on internship. It was at Amazon in 2015. It would have been 16. Yeah, it would have been 2015. Yeah. So it was Amazon 2015. And the computer they gave me had 3 gigs of RAM, a 5400 RPM, 250 gigabyte hard drive, i5 from 3 years prior. It was awful. It was awful. It was like actually embarrassing how trash the machine they gave us was. Like the spec for this machine would have been max 350. Despite the fact that I think I made like 30 to 40K in this internship. So what the fuck? Fucked me. Absolutely fucked me. They gave us the worst possible machine that they could even pretend to get away with. And I had that for the whole summer. So I didn't tolerate this. Also, should mention, ran a super bloated Windows 7 install. And this Windows 7 install had all their crazy enterprise shit on it too. So it barely ran. Thing took 6+ minutes to boot. I'm not exaggerating. It was literally like sometimes 10+ minutes to boot. And then it would fail sometimes when you signed in and you have to reboot it. Constantly had to do updates. Constantly fucking miserable to use. Was super restrictive for what you could install. And it was kind of known at the time that if you were using this computer, which all the interns had to, they had to spend the first week or so at IT getting them to constantly approve the random things you had to install to do your dev work. But something else was going on at the time at Amazon. something that saved my ass. Someone was making an official Ubuntu distro. I should add one more important detail, that this wasn't the only computer. We also had a pretty beefy desktop running Red Hat Enterprise. Let's do REL, Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So at my desk at the office, I had a decent desktop that I never, ever actually saw the display from. I would just remote into it always. That was meant to be your actual computer. RHEL, yes, thank you. Been a bit. Yeah, so Red Hat Enterprise Linux was on the desktop they provided us, but that instance was not even close to ready to run on anything other than a server. So I heard about this unofficial Ubuntu distro. I wanted a Mac, though. I pestered and pushed because my whole team was on Macs except for one other dev. So I wanted to be on a Mac just so like I could have the same stack as the team. They could help me and shit. Like they didn't even like pairing with me because my computer was so awful to work with. So when we paired, I would have to use like their machines with them, which meant it was really hard to get unblocked. I was getting trapped fucking constantly underneath this shit Windows machine. So I did a few things. First thing I did was I ordered a decent SSD and more RAM. Actually, I didn't even order the RAM. I just ordered a decent SSD. I went to IT and demanded the Ubuntu image. And what happened is something that's happened a lot throughout my career. I ended up close with IT. The IT guy I was working with was so disgusted at the machine that I was given and was so pumped that I was nerdy enough to show up and rebuild the machine, basically, that he signed off on basically everything, let me do the Ubuntu install, and also added a bunch of additional RAM. I think he gave me 8 gigs. So I ended up with 8 gigs of RAM, had a machine that was way beefier than all the other interns, had Ubuntu on it now, and then things turned up to 11. Remember how before I said I'm going to take this summer seriously? I did. I became a serious Linux nerd. I was already kind of into Linux, but this is when I like went deep on i3. This is when I went deep on Vim, not even NeoVim yet. Just straight up fucking Vim. I got back into IRC again. At the time, Amazon wasn't using Slack. We were still an IRC company. So I had like the intern IRC that I spent way too much of my time in just shit posting with them, all in my terminal. Obviously, this is also when I got deeper into Tmux, which I fell in love with. Because up until that point, I was a GNU screen guy, and just for SSH mostly. So I was deep. I had so much fun with this. And by the end of the summer, I was not a very good developer. I had not improved much as a dev, but I gotten so good at Linux. I will also add that the mentor that I had for that internship was literally gone for the first 2 months. He was there the first 2 days and then took a vacation and came back my last month. So I had no mentorship or help at all. It was a fucking mess. Like actually comically bad. Let me know in the comments if I should do a dedicated video to the shit show that was my internship now that it's been over 10 years, almost 10 years. Because holy fuck, that was a miserable experience. And I was largely just coping with the hardcore Linux stuff. Regardless, the point I'm trying to make here is I'd become like diehard Linux. I had like the 2015 version of the Primeagen setup. I was like building custom keyboards and shit. I was trying out Ergotron type stuff. I was going crazy with my i3 setup, religiously keeping the right windows in the right places. I even refused to use Chrome and tried Firefox for everything, but begrudgingly so many internal things required Chrome that I gave up and did that. It was great. And I'll say straight up, Windows, especially on the computer they gave me, was not an option. And I did the best thing I could by moving that machine to Ubuntu. I'm actually proud of how well I worked around the shit show that Amazon handed me in terms of hardware. But man, I ended up just going down that rabbit hole because it was the only thing that was rewarding at the time. And since I had nobody helping me actually do the fucking job, and also, fun fact, the intern project they gave me was literally impossible. And their whole like plan for it that they wrote up for me was based on 3 false assumptions that were like the key points of it. So there was no way for me to have a rewarding time writing code. It was all exploratory, like looking through how other things worked that I didn't understand to try and explain to the team the project was impossible. So the only rewarding thing I did the whole summer was make friends with other interns and work on my Linux setup. Oh, one other thing I did that was actually important this summer. At this point, I hated Windows. I had spite for Windows. I was not fond. I had shipped my desktop out there because I'm a fucking moron and I wanted to be able to play games when I was done with like the intern stuff. So I had my desktop, my monitor, and all that shit. And Windows 10 happened. So I installed Windows 10. And I had feelings. To say the least, I had feelings. The big thing that pissed me off with Windows 10 was Bing. So I'll specify all this. Windows 10 dropped. Cortana happened. Bing happened. Windows 10 came with a search bar on the bottom left. And that search bar could only search Bing. I don't know about you guys, but not a big fan of Bing at the time. Not a big fan of Bing at all at the time. So I came up with an idea. I had played with Chrome extensions a bit in the past, and I knew we could do something with those. So I proposed to my friends from the internship, what if we made a Chrome extension that would redirect your Bing search to the search engine of your choice? That's not where I wanted to be. And that's when I made Chrometana, my first viral project that has a shit rating here because this project was so popular that my Google account was getting attacked and compromised fucking constantly. To this day, more people are trying to get into my Google account for access to my Chrome extension that has a lot of users than are trying to get into my Chrome or my Google account to get to my YouTube channel, which is kind of insane. But yes, I made Chrometana. This is my first big project. Actually, what's the timeline? It was either this or InSquare for Pebble. These were the first like big-ish open source things that I made. This was a watch face I made for the Pebble smartwatch. I think, yeah, this would have been... Fuck, this was before. Yeah, so I guess my first thing was my smartwatch stuff with InSquare. And then during my internship, I made Chrometana. And I'll be honest, all the hard code for this, I did not do. I was mostly like connecting the parts with the Chrome extension. A friend of mine, Mayan, she did the UI for it. And another friend of mine, Claire, who ended up getting my job at Twitch, she did the regex for it, which was by far the hardest part. So this project put me on the map. It was my first big open source thing. I ended up getting like interview requests from Wall Street Journal and shit about it while I was interning at Amazon. And it very much distracted me. I was paying even less attention. To be fair, there was nothing I could actually be doing at that point. But I was deep down the Chrometana rabbit hole. That was the focus at the time. And then when I went back to college, that was my like open source project I was doing in the open source program at my school and shit. It was a whole thing. Yeah, great time. Anyways, Chrometana blew up. And I honestly don't think I would have made Chrometana if it wasn't for how much I was pissed at Windows at the time, because I was so mad about this Windows machine I was rocking and the move over to Linux and how much better it was. This was all largely like a middle finger to Windows. And it went great. But then the internship ended, went back to college, reality started to kick in. At that point, when I went back to college, I guess this is the next chapter. Back to college. At this point, I was clearing out my remaining coursework. So just finishing missing credits. Very little of which was code. Most of the stuff I was doing was just filling out necessary credits for RPI. So I ended up dueling in music and getting my music degree because I had so much credit to fill. And not coding a whole lot. Mostly just maintaining those projects. I tried to get into window managers for Mac OS because I wanted to keep using my MacBook Air. And I didn't like the ThinkPad I bought because the battery was so shit. So I was still on the Mac, but tried to make it more Linuxy. Specifically, I think I tried, was it Amethyst? Need to see the logo. Yep. Almost certain this is one I was using. Yeah, Amethyst. Which I was using as an attempt to do window management similar to like Xmonad and i3 that I loved from Linux on Mac. And it was rough. It was not good enough. But I was admittedly not coding much, so kind of just coasted, avoided thinking about code too much. Was really deep in my music hole and like enjoying my last year of college. But then the important chapter, the job at Twitch. Oh man, this job. This is what, who was it in chat earlier that said they had heard the story? This is the part they had heard. And most people think of my journey from Linux to Mac that know anything. This is the part that they think of. Because I showed up at this job, Mac user who prefers Linux. I did not want to be a Mac guy, but it was just what I was using, especially because like I wanted Photoshop and I wanted code and I wanted a battery. And that combination did not really exist anywhere else and arguably still to this day barely exists anywhere else. So this was my setup. But then my manager broke me. Wabo was one of the best engineers I've ever seen. At the time, without question, the best engineer I'd ever actually see work. And the way he worked broke my brain. I was under the impression that all the best engineers were the diehard Linux nerds that looked just like Primogen, hitting all the crazy hotkeys, swapping between things faster than they can even think, making shit happen, coming out of their keyboard as fast as possible, not using a mouse because those are for noobs. That was what I thought a fast developer was. That was not how Waba coded. The way Waba coded was he would plug his laptop in with the single display port cable for his OG cinema display. The Thunderbolt display. He was obsessed with this because it was one cable to plug in his laptop and immediately get to work. He had a keyboard, a mouse, and a trackpad all at his desk. He would just push them aside, sit his laptop down, open the screen up barely, just having his hands underneath it, plugged directly in to this display. And he wouldn't use any window management, anything. Every app he had was full screen, and he would just command tab between them. So he'd have his browser up, full screen. He'd command tab to his code a bit, command tab back, see if it worked or not, command back to his code, maybe command back to his terminal for a sec to see if things changed there. Big stock terminal guy, by the way, did like no customization at all. But the way that dude could think about, describe, and deliver code blew me away. And what I learned as I watched him was defaults are powerful. The biggest power that comes from defaults is that you stop thinking about the details, which to many, especially us deep engineers, kind of sounds horrible. Like, we love having control of our setups in our environment. Some of my best performing videos are the ones that I did about the crazy sets of tools I'm using. My stack has so many parts. Like, we love playing with, trying out, and experimenting with different tools and technologies. But when you pick a default and you decide to not do that, then all you're focused on at that point is delivering. It's the same reason something like Laravel is great. It's the same reason something like Adonis is great. It's the same reason something like the Mern stack or the T3 stack is great to an extent too. If you don't have the ability or the decision to think about these things, you can focus on the actual value. This is also why shit like Prettier is so good. And it's why I don't use a Prettier config, because I don't want to get into arguments and waste time and brain power thinking about things like code formatting. Thinking about how much actual engineering time has been lost to disputes about code formatting makes me feel sick now. At the time, it's what I lived for. I loved critiquing like where you put your new lines and how you broke up your functions and your environment on your computer and insisting on jailbreaking so you could have a nice looking phone and all these types of things. Like, I customized everything for the sake of it. And when I saw somebody who I aspired to be as productive as, that avoided configuration to the best of their ability, it melted me. And to this day, I try to channel that energy with the things I do that are work. So this computer, I do have one window management thing. I have rectangles. I like the hotkeys to quickly do things like that, but mostly the full screen hotkey, which is the one I use the most by a lot. I like the key bindings I have custom on my Mac right now, which is let me find a place to showcase this. Sure, this will work. I have caps lock, and it's not Vim bindings, but it's close. I have IJKL as up, down, left, right, which is actually very nice to not have to leave home row to arrow through things. But I also have U and O as page up and page down, which I love. I bound all of those through Carabiner, which is a phenomenal piece of software. Carabiner Elements, so good. I've contributed some default key bindings to it too. If you go to the complex modifiers, add predefined rule, the poker 3 bindings in there are by me because I wanted my left control up, down, and left control IJKL, and then I rebind caps lock to left control. And I kind of need those at this point. It's very hard for me to live without it. I just love it. And I don't touch my arrow keys ever. I'm a 60%er. If I could just remove the arrow keys off my keyboard, I'd probably be happier. I don't touch them. I just use home row. So yeah. Defaults are powerful. I try to minimize how much I customize. And I found quickly, first off, Mac has the best defaults. Mac OS is the most usable OS right from when it's installed by a lot. The amount I have to change Windows or Linux of any flavor to get it to a point where I'm kind of happy is kind of insane. Mac OS is much closer. Still not quite there. I still want to turn off the animation speeds. I still hate things like I don't use any of the, mission control stuff. I hate it all. Just feels like multitasking, but slower and worse. For the most part, I just use my Mac stock. And I slowly fell in love with it. I never really loved Mac OS until this point. I tolerated Mac OS up until this point. But here is where I started to fall in love. The fact that I had a machine that I could just go to an Apple store, buy, leave it in mostly defaults, change a few things here and there, and be productive as fuck. It entirely changed how I work and how I think, not just about the code I'm writing on the machine I'm writing it on, but the way I structure projects, the way I make decisions. Not making a decision is more powerful than making a decision a lot of the time because it saves you the brain power and energy from having to worry about these things. And I see this a lot with Linux, and it's the main reason I've backed off. Because I don't want to do what I did during this internship again, where I spent 3 months just going crazy, customizing everything. It was very fun. I had a lot of fun doing this, but it wasn't productive. And if I wanted to have fun, I could go play around with my music setup or go skateboard and change how my board worked. I did not need my code and my job to be the thing I was constantly customizing and configuring. And to this day, I try to minimize how much I change at once. Right now, I'm trying a new terminal, Alacrity, but I'm still using Tmux, so it basically feels exactly the same. I've tried other editors, but usually just for a few days and only if they have enough support for the tools I already like, and then end up back at VS Code every time. I have the things I like to use, and it's rare I actually change them. Another one recently, I love TIG. TIG is great. It's a really quick way to look at a Git history and grab things, and I love it. But I'm trying Lazy Git right now, and it's very different, but also very cool. But I don't know if I'll stick with it or not, because for me, it is just another thing. But do I still use Windows? That is a great question, chat. I do. In fact, I'm recording this on Windows right now. Whenever I'm streaming, I don't trust OBS on Mac still. I only really trust OBS, which is the Open Broadcast Suite. It's the main software people use for content creation, especially if they're using a computer like this for screen capture and stuff. OBS on an Intel PC running Windows is still the most stable experience by a lot. So I have 2 capture cards routing all my stuff to my PC, and I still use Windows for that. I actually also use Windows on my couch as my TV OS because I fucking hate all of the television operating systems so much. So yeah, I do use Windows quite a bit, and also for gaming. But I am mostly a Mac guy now. And it's weird. I missed the Wayland move. Like, Wayland happened, and I was just not there for it. And it's weird because I was waiting so long for Wayland, and I just didn't get to be there for it. Check that out. So, like, I missed Wayland. I missed the move from... No. I was there for Gnome 3. Gnome 3 was a fun move. I was actually a Gnome 3 defender, fun fact, back in the day. Yeah, no, I needed a computer that didn't make me feel like I was taking care of it. And moving to Mac for real and committing to Mac for real and no longer dual booting and doing all this other shit, just using it entirely changed the way I write software, the way I think about software, and the way my brain is wired to make decisions. I'm not saying customization is bad. In fact, it's phenomenal. If I didn't spend that summer going deep on my crazy Linux config, then I would have constantly felt like I was inferior for not doing it. But I think I had to. I think my journey had to be this like multi-part thing where I started as anti-Mac. I got into Hackintoshing. I begrudgingly used a Mac for a bit, specifically for college. I went all in on Linux for a summer and then realized the best dev I knew used Mac stock. And I don't think I would have ended up where I am now anywhere near as concisely if I didn't have this journey there. And if I didn't go through all of these phases, if I didn't start building my own computers and Hackintoshing, if I didn't have to buy a Mac because there was no PC with an actual fucking battery at the time, if I didn't have the summer of Linux, and if I didn't see my boss being an absolute god using everything stock, if I didn't have these steps, I don't think I would have ended up here. And even if I did, it would have taken so much longer. Quick shout out to UX Anna for the raid. Thank you so much for that. Sorry I didn't acknowledge it before, but I wanted to finish that part of that rant. For those who don't know, I film all my YouTube videos live on Twitch. Have a feeling that you do UX stuff, Anna. Huge shout out. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Hopefully that won't immediately play sound. It did. Give you the follow for sure. Thanks for stopping by. This needs a midwit meme. Use the defaults, customize everything, use the defaults. Yep, absolutely. And that's how I felt. And I had to go through that where I started all the way on the left of that midwit. I need the template here. Yeah. I feel like I started on the left with defaults are fine. That's why I use Windows. The middle, no, but Mac OS is okay, but if you're not customizing everything, you're not a real developer. You're not a real computer person. Come on, you know better. You were ROMing your own Android phones. And then part 3, the end is defaults are fine. That's why I use Mac. So that was my journey. It was a great time. Shout outs to John Waba, my manager who got me to take Mac more seriously and take things a bit simpler. For Joni Ive, for redesigning iOS to make me give a fuck about Apple's design language and systems and recognizing that they were better than what I could do. And to Tim Cook for running Apple so much better than Steve Jobs ever could and not making me feel bad for being or not being an Apple user, which gave me the right amount of wiggle room to give him an actual shot. I don't think I ever would have moved to Apple if it wasn't for Tim Cook. I don't think I ever would have if it wasn't for Joni Ive. I don't think I ever would have been as fond as I am of my Mac if it wasn't for Waba showing me so early what it meant to be a fucking productive developer. Yeah. Single monitor for life. Work with what works for you. Have fun with your customization. But don't hesitate to let things be simple if that works for you too. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That was fun. That was like a fucking hour almost. Goddamn. Thanks, Soda. Always good to see you. Yeah, I just bought a used 13-inch Air because I gave mine to a friend and I missed it. So now I need it again. So I got one for like $400 and I'm really excited. It's going to show up in a few days, I think. I might end up making that a dedicated machine up here. Oh shit. Oh, Soda, you're still looking for a job? That's hit me up when I'm done streaming. We can get you a new gig very quickly. Yeah, I know a lot of people that would hire you very fast. Like very fast. Yeah. We'll get that handled later. Remind me. Anyways. Oh yeah, the carabiner stuff. I saved it. You're the one who linked it? Let's find that quick. Void layers. Interesting. Yeah, I'll check that out later for sure. I try to keep it kind of simple is the thing. It was the 2020 MacBook Air. It was the first M1. But let me not dox myself. I am very happy I did this because I would have absolutely just doxed myself. Pick. Create. Cool. This does not have anything revealing. Nice, cool. Here you can see, you can get, it's just the 8 gig model, but an M1 MacBook Air used for $489. That's insane. That's such a good deal. It's fucking insane. So, yeah. The YouTube app on your phone doesn't work because of your custom ROM. Oh man, the shit that broke all the time from that was insane. Internships suck right now. Oh, that means a lot. Thank you. The goal of the stream isn't necessarily for the stream to be watchable. To be clear, like I'm always pumped to see so many people show up for stream because I don't think my streams are particularly great. Oh shit, I missed Anna dropping a gift too. Thank you so much for that. Huge shout out. I'm going to run commercials quick. Otherwise, we're going to have pre-rolls, and those aren't fun for anybody. Then I'm going to turn on the air quick, thank all the subs, and then we'll start filming more. Going to thank subs now before I forget. We get Our God with the 13 months. Josh Borzeth with the 10 months. Thank you both. Absolute Legend's been here forever now. Swank Sauce, first time with the Prime. We love that. Pseudo Dreamy, 8 months in now. Hi, good to see you. Yeah, I'm not the most fond of the watch streaks, considering killing them, but I feel bad for people who've been working hard to make sure they hit them all. Dan, with the 3 months of support, appreciate that a ton. And you disagree with most of my opinions, that's fine. We love that. If you agree with all my opinions, something's wrong. G Sporto with the 15 months, thank you so much for the support. And again, Anna with both the raid and the gift. This is so real. I bricked so much. I never hard bricked anything, but I soft brick my stuff all the time. Our Mac journey. That was quite a nerd snipe random rant. I'm proud of that one. Let me go deal with the air quick. Nice. The air is on again. Should feel better momentarily. I did miss a membership join. Sorry for that Trey sideshow. T4 is a mobile-focused all-in-one stack that is using my naming to try and get more attention. If you have the link, you can watch it later, yes, but usually you should wait for the uploaded videos. I don't get 600K views per stream. I wish. I get like 6,000 views per stream. A Theo compatibility test is actually a really funny idea. I can't stop thinking of this idea. I'm screenshotting that so I'll think about it more later. All time from the streams added together? I don't even know if that number would be that big. Uploading submissions I'll be doing tonight and tomorrow, and then doing a video tomorrow night about it. That's really cool. I like that. So something I push on the channel is I don't want to lower the bar so that people who don't know about tech and dev stuff can watch. Like I could, if I wanted to get like 2 to 4 times as many views, I could easily focus more on like how I would get started coding and 10 tips for beginner programmers type shit. But I'm not interested. I don't want my videos to, I don't want to make my videos more appealing to early devs because that will make them less appealing to experienced people. And I think the balance I'm at right now is nice because you don't have to be a web dev. You can do other types of programming and still keep up because I'm expecting you to have a technical like foundation, not necessarily a web dev foundation, but a technical one. Shit, thank you, William. Happy that the channel's been so good for you. I hate the shit too. And yet, so when you consider the fact that like my average video gets 50K views, a 6+ hour stream getting 6K views is actually nothing. Just like margin of error with the way that we track numbers and like the fact that like I'm not trying to brag or anything. It's like I got a team and like people to feed and shit. Yeah, I am it's really cool that like the things that I do for a living are the things I'm nerdy enough about to just talk about for a while. And it's so cool that others are finding that like they can hop over. Shit, move to React Query. Good shit. I know a lot of people who are able to move to React Query because of my content. That makes me hyped because I was late to React Query. Since I store my recordings on NAS, how did I fill 2 to 4 terabytes? Huh? Oh, when I like filled my SSD on my computer, it's because when I do my actual scratch and like chopping work before moving it to the NAS, I don't move the whole thing over first. And yes, I have 2 cats. Taking a non-dev job now hurt your chance of getting a dev job in the future? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Especially if there's any devs that work at that company and you can start to befriend them. I know a surprising number of people who got a tech job through weird angles like that. Like people who worked, I know a number of people who worked support at Twitch or safety at Twitch that were writing one-off like scripts and things to make their jobs easier and then got pulled in until they became a dev at Twitch, like learning how to code just to make their safety job easier, then becoming a really talented developer. I've seen that a few times. But like, since the best way to get good at coding is solving problems you understand, because you won't understand the code part when you get started. You need to understand something. You need to chase an understanding of something. And if you have a problem that code can solve, it's such a relief to know the problem is solved, even if the solution isn't ideal. Because if you don't know what the goal of the project is, if you're like remaking Twitter for the sake of it, you don't know when it's done. But if you're making a tool to solve a specific problem, it can be done as soon as it works for you. So just having that like base of knowledge makes it so much less scary to dive in on things and make real things. And it changed the abstract reality. I like that way of putting it. Like the abstract, I'm going to learn JavaScript works so much worse than I'm going to make a website that gives me this information about these sports games because I want to know how the Blue Jays did in their last 4 games really quickly. Or I am tired of keeping track of how much tea I have of every type. So I'm going to make a quick website or app so I can keep track of it more easily. You'll know when it's done in the sense that it's useful, and you don't have to gauge yourself on some arbitrary tech ladder you don't understand yet. It's the thing I push a lot. You can only sleep watching my vids. Oh shit. Yeah, I need to play into that more. I'm considering doing like videos where I group a bunch of my other videos together into one that's really long to see how that works. To be determined though. Nice haircut, thank you. Very happy with it. Shall we go in on porting Angular to Rust? Let's do it. Let's do it. I was the first interview streamer. Primeagen uses a tool I built for that. I would do it if I did more streams, but I don't stream enough to do it. I need to get 7 videos out of every stream. Prime streams like 5+ days a week, sometimes 2 times a day. I stream 1 to 2 days a week. And we have the same upload schedule. I arguably have a more aggressive one because I have a second channel I'm uploading to more often. But yeah, just like a difference of what we're doing and what our goals are. I do want to do more interviewee stuff, but I need really good reasons to. And usually I just leave them as live streams because like editing them down and making them into a video and then branding the video is really hard. Like it's so hard to market a video with multiple people in it on a channel that usually only has one person on it. I've learned a lot about these things, but like if you go to my channel and look by like order of uploaded, most of my older videos are interviews. So we do oldest. I had the Dan Abramov interview, the Fernando Rojo interview, the Jason Dockton Web Dev Save Lives interview, the Sunil Pai interview, the Rachel Neighbors interview. Like a third of my videos were interviews for the first while. The Ben Awad interview, the first person to interview Jared on Bun. I was so fucking early on that, it's insane. Interviewing Alex about TRPC stuff. And then it slowed down a bit. But yeah, I did the interview grind. The Jose interview was phenomenal. I loved that one. Yeah, the Danny Rowe interview was the gateway drug for a lot of people. I don't know how I would interview him. Like, what would I even ask? Yeah, the Chris Latner interview was great. I need the right reason to interview somebody. I haven't had one for a while. I'd rather like talk with them off stream. A thing I do a lot now actually is I'll talk with somebody working on something cool a bunch and have them like almost ghostwrite the video where they'll give me a shitload of detail and then I'll work with my team to orchestrate that into a story that I can tell. Like the React Suspense one, that was effectively ghost wrote by like 3 different people. I did my best to like take all the info they gave me and condense it into one focused video. I'm so fucking proud of that video, considering how much shit I had to touch on and how many like salty opinions there were that were reasonable. The How React 19 Almost Broke the Web video is one of my best videos for sure. Firefox introduced spying at 128. Got a link that's like a spicy one about it. I hate people talking shit on Pockets. I fucking love Pocket. I love Pocket so much, but I understand. I'd be angry too. Of course, Mastodon. Yeah, I don't have enough to say on that one. People are just going to be mad at me if I talk shit on that. I also just realized I have to do some disclosures. Disclosures. MacVid disclosures. Before I forget, I need to do some quick disclosures. I am invested in Apple, but I'm also invested in Microsoft, and I'm invested in Amazon and retake on that. Before we go any further, I do need to do some disclosures. I'm invested in Apple, so you have to account for bias there, but I'm also invested in Microsoft and Google and Amazon, all of which will be relevant here. So while my investment in Apple might make me biased, again, check out the videos on Theo Rants if you want to see that I don't necessarily let my investments bias me too much. Anyways, cool. Yeah, I'm betting on, this is a thing I did. I mentioned this earlier. I kind of want to make a short or even just like a phone filmed video that I invested in all of the companies I talk about so that people can't say I'm biased because I'm invested in X, because I'm also invested in the competition. So fuck them. It was really annoying because when I did the Super Maven video, it wasn't even a video. I just mentioned Super Maven in a video because I love Super Maven, so much so that I invested in it. But I actually have more money invested in Microsoft right now. So you were saying that I only hate Copilot because I'm invested in the competition. No, motherfucker. I'm invested more in Microsoft than the competition. Oh, you missed the floof? I kind of missed the floof too. I love the like sharp cut here and there, but my natural look is definitely a little messier, to be fair. Like this isn't like well-kept Theo to this level is not the usual Theo look. I feel not like a skater right now. There is no Super Maven specific videos. There's a bunch of videos where I mention it in. I can't do that for equity that I own in private companies, though, is the problem. And that's the stuff that people have been the most annoying about. That, like, I'm invested in Super Maven, for example. Like, people are angry about that, and I can't just sell it and rebuy it. Yeah, Super Maven's so fucking good. It's insane. My investments are much more boring minus the startup stuff, and I can't talk about that, so there isn't too much to say there, sadly. Let's do the Angular Rust video. How are we doing for ad time, by the way? 27 minutes? Okay, so we're going to do another commercial. I'll do a short one, just 30 seconds to buff us up a little. If you don't want commercials, hit the sub button. It's $5 a month. Basically nothing. Also, to thanks for more subs. We got DevKevBot. My channel made them love tech again. Oh, shit. Means a ton. Thank you so much, man. And we got Tom B. It's 3 months in. Sup? Good to see you. Copilot, Super Maven's Copilot, but faster, and the recommendations are a good bit better. Super Maven single-handedly changed my mind on the usefulness of AI Code Assist. Cool. I'm screenshotting that one to send to Jacob later. Emily, assuming you're cool with me sharing that accordingly with the Super Maven team, because they're going to love that message. If not, totally fine. But yeah, doing my due diligence as an investor. Awesome. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Cool. Let's do the Angular Rust vid. Yeah, when Zed supports Super Maven better, that's what I'm going back to Zed. I've told them ahead of time that that's what is blocking right now. Whew. Let's get started. Powering Angular with Rust. As soon as I saw this one, I knew we had to talk about it. I am so curious, and I have no idea what we're in for here. Let's go on this journey together, boys. This article explains how to set up and start using Rust in your Angular applications. Why? If the code of your app has parts where you need to work with a large amount of data, especially numbers, WebAssembly can do it much faster. Okay, you're winning me over already. I tend to find people reach for WebAssembly as this magic solution to not using JavaScript. It's not that. Wasm is not a great replacement for your framework in the browser. Like, rewriting React in Rust so that you can run it in Wasm is not going to be much better, simply because the bindings between Wasm and the DOM aren't any better than they are in JavaScript. So you're still bottlenecked by that super hard. And then the size of the binaries and things you have to load for it is not great. I have a whole video to check out about why WebAssembly is a bit overhyped that you should definitely watch if you're curious about my thoughts there. But this opening has me very, very hopeful, because this is absolutely true. There's a bunch of things WebAssembly is the better solution for. Crazy stuff like there's FFmpeg in Wasm, so you can do video encoding shit in the browser natively. That's nuts. And when you're doing heavy data processing, be it numbers or video or pictures or all the crazy shit, everybody from like Figma to, I guess what we're doing here with Angular is doing, WASM's a great way to have a thing that takes in an input and spits out an output, do it way faster. And if that's what they're aiming for here, is using WASM for the heavy data transform stuff, that's huge. Apparently, people in chat didn't know that FFmpeg has a WASM build. It's not fully functioning, but FFmpeg WASM is really cool. It's very legit too. It's got now 13.5K stars plus the one I just did there. It's a very legit project. People are using it for really cool things. Not even hard to get started with. You install it as an npm thing. Yes, you can install add ffmpeg/ffmpeg. They specify here, though, it only supports running in browser for good reason. But it's relatively easy to use even. You can call ffmpeg.load, pass it blobs for the content, and then call transcode commands to it directly. ffmpeg.exec, you pass it arguments. It's very legit and very cool. Maybe people didn't know about that. The license, I'm sure it's just MIT. Yeah, MIT licensed, as expected. Really cool thing. Seeing Gabriel that hyped on it means that I probably haven't talked about it enough, and I should cover that stuff more. Anyways. One more quick thing. This isn't a video, but I love that you're in YC and that you're using that. Good shit, Park. Are you a recent YC company, like recent batch or older? Back to the article, because this is looking good so far. Examples include drawing, computing, dynamic. I don't know. Why is that being like that? Okay. Sorry, my cables just aren't quite where I want them. I want to turn my laptop a little. There we go. Examples include drawing, computing dynamic reports, complicated calculations like astronomy, physics type shit, cryptography, large language models, image editing, video processing, games, and so on. Yep. Games are a weird one, but other than that, absolutely agree. And even parts of games largely agree. This is using WASM for the right things. It's not pretending WASM's the right way to build web apps. It's specifying that WASM helps solve these very specific problems. In this article, we'll create an Angular workspace with an application in a library written in Rust. Rust libraries we will compile into the WebAssembly module, and our Angular app will use that module. So they have steps on how to install Rust. All fine. But the interesting piece here is WASMPack, which is a Rust crate for actually packaging your Rust apps so that they work for WASM. And Rust is one of the better languages for WebAssembly, without question. So this all makes sense to me so far. Angular Workspace. Oh boy. NX is, for those deep on my side of things, you probably know Turbo Repo is the main monorepo tool. NX is a little more popular on the Angular side. NX is in a really good state. Makes a lot of sense to recommend it here. But yeah, they specify just use the required things because there's so much shit in NX. Yeah, NX has so many packages and configs and things. It's a massive ecosystem. But the less you can use, the best, probably. So we update the Angular CLI. We ng new Angular WASM example, no create application. Interesting. Then we go into it. Then we actually init the application after. Very interesting to not create the app. You're just using the CLI to build an empty project, and then you go in and create it after. Very interesting. Anyways, there are multiple ways for how to use a WASM module in our Angular app, and we'll go with the easiest one. Inside our Angular workspace, we'll create a regular Angular library, and that will be a wrapper for our Rust library. This wrapper will also export types as well as a function to initialize our WASM module. The type export's also a really cool thing that you can get the Rust code to generate a binary you can call from JavaScript and have type definitions for it. Whew, very cool. They also specify that we could have created a Rust library directly inside of our app, but it would have been even easier, and that would have made it easier to compile WASM files to some assets folder. But then other libraries of our application couldn't use that module. So if you, again, with a monorepo, you have multiple like submodules, and you want to make sure any of those can use WASM if necessary, you need to abstract that a little bit. If you just dump a .wasm folder in your, like, in this case, assets folder, that will just work. So let's actually create the Rust library now. Cool. I'm about to say something I'm probably going to regret. Should I be mirroring this in Next to see how hard it is to do in Next as a comparison? I already regret saying that. I hate that I said that. Chat, yes, yes, please, yes. If you want to suffer, do it. I'm fucked. Let's do it. Reroll, you'll let me undo it. It's so tempting to. Now that I've said it, I have to suffer. Why have I done this? Why have I done this? Awesome example. Cool. Why have I done this to myself? Cool. So we have this in here. I have a very boring vanilla next app. I didn't even use T3 app because I want to be as vanilla and boring as possible here. Cool. So we got that. Let's go and knit a Rust project. Pretty sure I already have cargo. Nice, I do. I'll fail to compile. I have to update my Rust version. How the fuck do I do that? Can somebody tell me the Rust up? Thank you. So useful. Thank you, chat. And while that's going on, I'll start making the folder, make dir wasm package. I'm not going to do a proper mono repo because I don't feel like dealing with that. So we're just going to build a little mini wasm folder inside of this project. Make dir source lib. I guess make dir source. Make dir lib. Then here, we'll make a boring Rust lib. So here we have source, librs, the cargo file. I don't love that this is wasmpack source lib example source lib. So we're going to bump that up. And I'll kill this all. Just a preference thing. Shouldn't matter. I'm sure my terminal is going to be upset with me. Yep. Cool. Now we should be in a place where we can actually do things. Back to the article, though, to see where we end up with. VCS none prevents the creation of a Git repo because we're already in the Git repo. Perfect. Now we need to edit our cargo TOML. Just going to copy paste this one directly. Cool. Thankfully, this article is new enough that these things should be relatively up to date. We've added a lib section to specify the crate type, and we've added wasm bindgen as a dependency. Yep. Having wasm bindgen there. It's a dep. Cool. Nice. How do you feel about TOML as a format? It's weird to see that as like the default in any language. Too used to my JSON and YAML and everything else that's miserable. Okay, and librs, we have to replace content with this line. Adds a bunch of tools to create the communication bridge between JS and Rust. Cool. I'll just copy paste this whole snippet as a starting point. The get factorial function has an instruction above that tells wasm bindgen to make the function callable from JS. Is that what this is? The wasm bindgen? It's like a directive basically that says to the compiler, hey, make this accessible in JS? Because if so, that's pretty cool. Cool. Now we can build this. Oh, I couldn't install Wasm Pack before. That's why. So I was still in the old version. That makes sense. I was like, why isn't that working? I still find it particularly ironic that Rust compile times are so bad. And we're using Rust as the language to fix compile times in JavaScript, even though Rust compile times are like the actual worst. There's a lot of philosophy there that we could bicker about all day, and I'm going to avoid it, as tempting as it is. Cool. Now we're building. God, these build times are shit. Why does it need all of those things just to dump a little bit of Rust into the fucking, like, browser? It's kind of insane. Although I will admit I am very curious how big the Wasm file is. Let's cd. Fuck, I always forget. What's the ls to show, like, actual data? L, thank you. Not too bad, all things considered. Only 15 kilobytes. That's fine. I was expecting worse. Cool. So, I'm going to do this an extraordinarily lazy way. Actually, we're going to see what they recommend for how to do this. We'll go back to the article and follow along. Because it is very tempting to just copy paste that into the code base, but I want to do this the right way first. File, projects, Wasm example, source, public API, TS. Let's replace the following content, lib example. Oh, that's just a thing that already exists. I want this in the browser. So we will try to brute force it. I might have to just copy paste some things to test stuff. No idea how this will go. I haven't bound a Rust project as a Wasm binding in a vanilla Next app ever before, believe it or not. So let's see how this goes. Use client, because we want this to work on client specifically. And since everything's in source, it might be mad that this isn't. So I'm going to be lazy with it. And I'm just going to dump this package in source as my first quick test. So rename this to Wasm package. I'm curious how this ends up feeling about me just calling it. Like if I import this, will it just include the actual Wasm file? Yeah, it does. Cool. So that will do it. So in here, we will import. Well, let's do import star as test from / Wasm package. I'm going to just do that because of the package JSON, right? Will that work? Test like a factorial. Let's try it. I'll just put a... Oh, I'm in layout right now. What the fuck am I doing? That was dumb of me. We'll fix that quick. We'll make a test function. Just make sure this is working. On click. Sure. We're going to delete all the contents here. I'm so excited for the create next app update that cleans up the markup here a bit. Let's see what happens if I try to load this. Well, first I should run the dev server. Open up the console, get our fingers crossed. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading bindgen add to stack pointer. Okay. Where things start to get fun. How does this actually include that? Import meta URL. Oh boy. This way of building might actually be easier to brute force a mono repo. It's actually quite tempting to try that. How do I want to solve this problem? I have options, and I don't like most of the options I have. Do I do this properly as a mono repo, or do I try and brute force things? It doesn't matter if I'm passing in the event because I don't do anything here. The problem is this get factorial bit is not importing properly. Get factorial. It's the W bindgen add to stack pointer. The thing I don't know if it exists, I should check the source here to see. Does this even load the WASM binding? It does not look like it does. I'm leaning towards mono repoing it and cloning what the dev in the tutorial is doing. We'll give that a shot, see what happens. There's an init function. Oh no, do I have to init it first? That might actually be it. Can I import the init here? If that's all it takes, I'll be very impressed. Nope. Argument 0 must be a buffer source. Oh, it says to take an argument? What the fuck do I pass it? I guess we'll keep reading. Pairing a workspace. Cool. I'm going to skip all that and see if I can just brute force this to work now because I'm so curious. Okay, so he just calls that one init function. Maybe it's just the like root thing. Let's call init like that. Seems less mad at that. Same stack pointer bindgen issue. Rip. Pass it an array buffer containing the WASM module. So I should import it there. I'm just going to follow along now. I have concluded that I am not good enough at the WASM bundler chaos to do this without doing it through a mono repo where I'm actually letting Node do its thing. So we're going to grab Create T3 Turbo. We'll paste this. WASM mono repo test. npm. This might have too much shit in it now. I don't want to deal with setting up a database. I'm changing my mind one last time. Turbo repo starter. I want a real minimal turbo repo starter. We'll just run. You know what? PNPM create T3 or create turbo. Turbo wasm. PNPM. Cool. Let's install. CD turbo wasm. Cool. And I'm just going to yoink. What the hell? Why did my phone just randomly start playing music? That was unexpected. I have no idea what that even is. Must have Hey Siri'd or something. Anyways, I wanted to yoink this guy. Paste it here. Open up new terminal. CD into packages wasm. And it was, what was the build? Yeah, wasm pack build. And I have to, there we go. Cool, we're giving that another shot. We can go in here. What was the code that the author of the article changed? Public API TS. It's a DTS file. You can't just change that. There is no .ts. There's just the DTS files. What the fuck? Source. Oh, I guess he made a new folder for this. So projects wasm example. Wait, where the fuck is all of this in this repo? Does he share the code at the end? I am struggling to follow where he actually put these things. No? That's an interesting choice. Can I find his GitHub? Please use the same handle on everything. It is, nice. And it does not look like he made a repo for this. That's a little annoying. That's fine. We'll follow along. Okay, projects, wasm example, source lib. And the file that he was showing there was projects, wasm example, source, public API. It just wasm. But everything else he was doing was how much deeper? So you knitted source lib and inside of there initialized that. So it's almost like a level higher up, if I understand correctly. Even though in here is where the package JSON that's generated is. Interesting. The order of events here is a little chaotic. Oh shit, somebody found or find, is this the same one? Ah, it's from following along. That makes more sense. Thank you guys. Got the wasm code. Source, yeah, the public API is up a bunch, which is very interesting because this generates with a package JSON. Are they just ignoring that and writing their own package JSON up here? Yeah, that does appear to be what they're doing, which is an interesting way of solving that problem. I'm going to explicitly not do that because I don't like that. I would like to believe that the wasm code that it generates and the module that it spits out is usable. And we're going to see if that's the case. Should theoretically be easy to test that. In here, we might have to make the PNPM workspace aware that exists. Honestly, the easiest way to do that is just going to be to yoink out this package. Which is get ignored. That shouldn't affect that, but I'm curious. Cool. We'll leave that as example rust lib. I'll rename this to example rust lib. Cool. And now with that all theoretically handled, I should be able to example rust lib workspace star and pnpm install pnpm dev filter. What's the web project called? Just web. Localhost 3000. Looking good so far. Let's do the initialization code now. Hop over here. I'm just going to yoink the page code I'd written here. These aren't coming from there anymore. These are coming from example rust lib now. Just going to see what happens with this first and foremost. Error, probably going to be the same error. Yep. Cool. So let's take another look at how the fuck this stuff's actually making its way to the browser. Generate the package, yep. Get ignore generated. Interesting. I don't like hacking the path for that. That's not a great solution for that. That should be exported from its package rather than being imported this way. Okay, here's the key. We actually have to include the WASM as an asset that can be referenced. Very interesting. So if we want to do the same thing, the quickest way that I can think of is we just grab it, like the same way I was showing before, and I just dump that in public, and then we can reference it. And actually show how they include the .wasm file. Fuck. How to include a WASM file Next.js. See what the internet says. Cool. Indent has an article. Target web. Okay. This looks like a decent starting point, actually. We'll make a WASM component.tsx, paste. So this would come from I guess this would be example rust lib slash, what's the actual output called? Packages, example rust lib bg.wasm. Come on, pull up the rename thing so I can copy the name. And it's not add, it's get factorial is what we want. And here it's going to console.log, get factorial of 10, factored. And here I'm just going to render high. I don't even need props. I don't care. Delete that. Don't even need that. Export const Rust component. Let's see if this finally works. Nope. It does not. I'd like to consume it some weird way. Fetch. Yeah, I'm confused why that wouldn't have worked. Don't really care about that. What is it so mad about? Remove the as in the WASM import? Yeah, I did, but that's not going to break this. Console.log, trying. Network. Response. Interesting. It's getting a bunch of junk in here, but none of it's actually behaving how I would expect. Turbo repo wasm example. I'm desperate. Is this one using turbo? It is. Okay. We'll see how they're doing it over on this remix example. Rust Fibonacci. Anybody happen to have that GitHub copy directory thing? Somebody shared it last stream. Get a folder downloader. Was it this? No. Download directory. Here we are. The fuck? That is annoying as fuck. Somebody asked if the file's 404ing. We would see that somewhere in the network tab if it was. I'm going to try the manual WASM loader. That's my last hope here before I scrap this idea entirely. I'm going to even be lazy about it. We're going to nuke this. This means we're also nuking this. I'll do that there. And I'm going to go copy paste some more of these files around. We're going to dump this in. Oh, it's already in public. So we'll rename this to wasm/example.wasm. Okay, so we have the result, and the result has that 2 factorial, which we'll throw 10 in. And we can console.log Wasm responded. And hopefully expected a string. Oh, it's it. That. No. What's the error we're getting here then? Oh boy. As you guys can see, Wasm's really easy to use and set up. Okay. Is this mad that I'm doing it somewhere I'm not supposed to? Failure to parse URL from / Oh, I know what's happening. That's fucking stupid. Okay. Ready to see why I'm angry? Browser only. Gonna yoink this. I forgot to name this. The browser only .ts. Use client just for the sake of it. Export default function, do wasm stuff. Cool. So what I'm going to do now in order to get this to work in the browser, because that's the only place I give a shit about, is we're going to use Next Dynamic, which is very helpful for these types of things. Because we're going to specify that this wasm component is only usable in the browser. Browser only. It's a function. So now on the on click, I can just call this. Or is this only for components, technically? I don't give a shit. We're trying it. Got to make a button again. Not happy with that. Great. Wonderful. We love that. Honestly, not even importing dynamically, just importing it should work technically because we're not using it until we're here. So import wasm test from, why do you think it's that? It's browser only. There we go. Result.2 factorial is not a function. Progress. Console.log, wasm response results. Okay, we have a module. You have to dig deep for that. That's not annoying as fuck. Oh boy, just got some interesting info from chat. Even if this works, I'll have trouble passing anything other than numbers because WasmPack build stuff includes converting and allocating strings to what Rust side expects. Yeah, this is what I thought I was going to have to do. Yeah, results dot instance dot exports dot 2 factorial. Theoretically, oh, it's get factorial. So close. I said I forgot to return there. Really? Really? Did we just go through all of that just to have a binary that we can't even fucking use? I'm in pain. Anybody got any smart ideas? There's no error. I'm just getting back nothing. Do I have to await? No, but even then we would get back a promise here. But the response from get factorial is undefined. The Rust code does not log or return values. Where does he actually put the calculation code? Okay, get factorial, where is that? Set get factorial. And yeah, just should return the string. So instruction above that tells it to make it callable. That should just work then. What the fuck? Because the thing I built absolutely returns f.2 string. Everybody saying, oh, wait, no, it doesn't matter because it's not returning a promise. It's returning nothing. The initialization is happening through this fetch call and the WebAssembly.instantiate streaming, where we fetch this WASM file. And then we get the response, which is now a module that we should be able to call. Like, there's no reason this should not be working. Try passing the number as a string. If this works, I'm going to be even madder. Nope. Okay, so what we're going to try is even more chaotic. Because now we can play with this in the browser, because this wasm/example wasm thing should exist. Downloaded the file, that's fine. Wasm binding equal just this part. Now I can theoretically call this directly. Instance.exports.get factorial. And it just never returns anything. Get factorial is a function that calls native code. Cool. Fuck. Somebody linked me a message that should theoretically help. The fuck is this shit? You have to manually pull it out of the memory? What the fuck? When did that happen? Is that what this does? Are you kidding? That's so much worse. Holy shit. Okay, well, that's the eureka moment. I'm in pain. I'm in a lot of pain. Okay, let's take a look at this remix thing again and see how they're handling the packaging of this. I think I'm just going to yoink this and use that as a starting point. Download. Hop in here. Packages, Rust Fibonacci. Go back here. Paste. gonna delete all the other things I have in here because they're all cursed as fucking balls. Delete, delete. Browser only on, so I can delete that too. Delete that, delete that. And get rid of the WASM I have there. And theoretically, I should be able to just build that. That's going to be in the wrong place now. Percent ls, yep, cd packages, Rust, Fibonacci, cargo, or no, it was a WASM pack build. Theoretically, it should just be as simple as importing this now. So if we go back into the web app, we swap this to be example Rust Fibonacci, pnpm, into cbash root, pnpm install again, kill that while we're waiting, pnpm dev filter web, and theoretically, what the fuck? Where are my type definitions? That should have worked. Let's see how they're being used in here, I guess. Packages. One of these is the app, right? Yep. Remix app. I'm sure, yeah, Rust Fibonacci. It's just right in there. We'll just try this. And where the fuck's WASM binary coming from? Ah. And let's see if this works. We got bets on this, over, under, otherwise. Nope. Okay, why is it so mad about that module? We have all of that there. Oh, it's because I didn't run their build command. I just ran ours. Yeah, that would do it. Cool. pnpm build. We'll use their build command this time. My bad on that. What the fuck's that mad about? We're just going to build this. pnpm build. Wait, no, that's not what I want to. C packages, Rust, pnpm builds. I might have to reinstall too. Hopefully this chaos self-emphasized that this stuff is not as easy as just use Rust. This fucking sucks. Why are those bindings not working still? Project packages Rust Fibonacci build node Rust Fibonacci.js. Okay, thinks that doesn't exist. Build node Rust Fibonacci.js. It absolutely exists. So Rust Fibonacci bg.wasm doesn't? It does. It's right here. Maybe if I put in a client-only component. I don't think that there's an environment variable being used here for this. And even if there was, I don't think it would matter for this part. The quickest fix I can think of is to once again force this to be client only. Only.tsx, use client, export default function client only. Cool. We're just going to copy all these contents. Delete, grab this, go back here, delete all of that, delete this, import dynamic from next dynamic. Theoretically, if it's just a bundling issue, that may have just solved it. Woo! How long did that take? An hour, roughly? I hate everything. That was so awful. First try. Yay. That hurt me a lot. That hurt me a lot. So if I understand correctly, the issue we had there was that the node import binding was not playing nice with Webpack, but when I abstracted it out so that that binding only needs to be imported in the browser, not in the server, it works. But we still don't have type definitions working. Maybe reload the window? Maybe. Nope. Cool. That's the best we're going to do for this. Back to the article that we started with in the first place so we can see how much easier this is supposed to be. Let's see how nice they tell the tale so we know how much pain we just had relative to them. I think we were at the change the git ignore. I remember this. Yeah. Preparing the workspace. We add this to the TS config so that it knows where things are, which you shouldn't have to do. It's kind of sketchy that you have to do that. That's part of the point of a monorepo is that you can rely on like package management the traditional way. Like I'd be very surprised if in this remix example that we found, they were modifying the TS config in a meaningful way. Yep. Nothing special in here. So that's definitely points towards the non NX and Angular way, but at least they brute force it to work faster. This lets them get code completion in the IDE without rebuilding the library. Okay, that part's nice. Our app will need the WASM file that the library generates declared in the Angular JSON. So assets, again, Angular has its own build JSON config where you tell it where to get assets from rather than specifying those through things like Webpack or importing them and having it all get resolved. The equivalent for this, for what we're doing, is in this file, we actually import the WASM binary and then we init it using the init wasm from the Rust Fibonacci, but we have to have loaded this binary first before we can call that init call. I realized I could have made this work a lot quicker now that I've had that moment click, but that is a lesson that I now know to pursue it in a future time. So this could have been done a lot faster if I had put together the simplicity of importing a WASM file like that and just passing it and it working. That makes this a lot less painful. But the other issue is that this Fibonacci call coming from here isn't just calling the binding directly. You have to deal with all of the weird memory stuff between the things. So in the librs file, we're doing a nice fancy clean match with a recursive call. But we also have this JS code that gets created by the wasm bindgen package. And this code does a lot of shit. It worries about managing memory. It worries about actually calling things here. It does this fun shift on what is returned to get you an actual result. So it's not as bad as it was in the example that we were just working with, where it literally like, where is the source JS code in here? It was really scary. Yeah, all this shit where we have to like access specific memory values and bind pointers through WASM to get the value out. Oof, fuck all of that. Very thankful this one's a good bit simpler. Like, a lot bit simpler. Is there a config that made it like that? I'm curious now why that one is so much less obnoxious. Cargo. No, that all seems the same. Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm not paid enough to understand the difference between these things. Back to the article, though, because I want to see the rest here. Cool. We replace the contents of the example HTML with a new template that calls the calculate functions. This is just Angular, as usual. They even show some CSS. But then we actually load the WASM module. So we have the get vectorial and the init example. The init call gets called ng on init, the equivalent of like an on mount. And the calculating, where do we actually call the calculation here? This code does not compute in my React brain, setting a state and then setting a timeout so that you can not override that state immediately. Fun solution here. We have the timeout set also to make sure we have the init done. Just funny. So we set the timeout, run the performance call. We call this factorial a shitload of times to show how fast it is. Then we log how long that actually took. And then we log that info out. Fun. And now we have the actual factorial function below. I hate defining the function below where it's being called, just a brain thing. Part of why I like arrow functions, but that's fine. That's the JavaScript version. Okay. So where's the Rust version then? Oh, I see. This one wasn't even sending you back the response. It's doing the whole loop by itself, I think. Yeah, it's doing this one a shitload of times. It's not doing that one that much, though, is it? Let me reread the code here. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. That makes a little more sense. This isn't just returning a number. It's returning a string for the final result after it like recursively does its thing over and over again. Okay. Makes a tiny bit more sense now. Still, that was chaotic. Jesus Christ. Yeah. You notice in the Rust code, TypeScript code, we're calculating the same factorial a million times using the same algorithm. And it takes about a third as much time to do it in Rust as it does in JS. Cool. This article only explains how to start using Rust in your Angular apps. The real usage will require much more knowledge, and one article is not enough. Yeah, and one video certainly isn't either. Huge shout out to the author for writing this one. What a journey this was. Thank you, Oz, for bringing us along with it. And I'm curious what you guys think. Are you going to go force Rust into your next project, or did the pain of watching me try and figure it out myself turn you off? Let me know in the comments. Until next time, peace, nerds. Good shit. Happy to hear that, Andy. Thank you for the support. Okay, that was pain. That was a lot of pain. Let's gun out some shit that won't take that long. No more weird side tracks, because that was miserable. Why does that break chat every fucking time? Anybody know? So in Arc, if I right-click this, I can edit pinned page and replace with current. How do I do that here? Doesn't seem like there's any way in this view to change the pinned thing. I've not been able to figure it out. This one is the actual Erlang team, I think. Nope. There's a different one. Interesting. If you could find that, that'd be cool. Appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you today. It's been cool to get all the support. Oh, this one's old. I'll throw this in here as well. We need an ad. I'm sorry. You guys know the rules. Undo the split, update the URL, then resplit. Yeah, that's what I was thinking it is, sadly, here. Separate tabs. Edit. Replace. I'll yell at the team about that because that's obnoxious. Honestly, what would be really nice is if YouTube would just show my current stream with like a consistent chat link. I didn't have to have a different chat for every single stream I did. Crazy, crazy thought, I know, but I can dream. Okay, so we have the Elixir one. I should really do the Zoom T3 stack one. As it is the most important to get out today. So we'll do this one today. Yeah, I know that YouTube does that, but if I only have one stream, it should be smart enough to know that. I don't even want us to think about that, Aiden. Let's do T3 stack at Zoom. Why we chose the T3 stack at Zoom. This is an article I'm very excited to see. Akansh has been one of the coolest community members for a while now, and I believe late last year, maybe more recently, he moved to start working at Zoom to help them with all of their SDK stuff. Zoom's trying to build more tools for developers to include their WASM servers in their applications, and let's be real, they baited me into looking at this because they're using T3 stack, and I have to take a look. So I'm not being paid for this. I have no affiliation with Zoom. We're not even using them for paying. We're using a competitor. But after this, I might actually consider changing that because I'm pretty hyped to see what has led the Zoom team to considering T3 stack for a lot of the stuff that they've been building. So let's dive in. At Zoom, we want to, I'm going to command plus this twice, cool. At Zoom, we want to empower developers to build innovative and engaging products with the Zoom SDKs. To give them a head start, we're creating a series of reference apps across different verticals to give them a good starting point to building their own apps. There's a lot of debate around the best way to build a web app on the internet today, but this is a blog that isn't about that. We'll walk you through our process of selecting the technology stack to build reference apps and why we decided to go with the T3 stack. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. What's a stack for reference apps anyways? We wanted to ensure that our technology stack would be useful for as many developers as possible. For example, we could consider building our front end in Rust to make things blazingly fast, but it would be useful for a much smaller subset of our potential developer audience. Don't stuff Rust where it doesn't belong. Maybe using WASM stuff for encoding and decoding video efficiently, maybe, but the built-in browser primitives are going to be better for that anyways, and you shouldn't be doing that in JavaScript. So yeah, Rust for front end does not make sense. Rust for doing some types of compute on front end occasionally perhaps makes sense. Yeah. When building for the web, it's hard to justify using anything other than JS. However, the lack of type safety, among other drawbacks, made us pick TypeScript, which is a superset of JS. Yep. If you're building a library and you're building examples, please use TypeScript. If you write TypeScript well, then most of the type definitions shouldn't even carry into the code copy-pasted. And even then, they're very quick to delete. So if I do happen to be one of those few devs that's refusing to adopt TypeScript, having TypeScript examples isn't particularly at cost because you can still just delete the little bit of type def in the file. So yes, all examples at this point should be in TypeScript. TypeScript simplified the process of writing and managing the app within our team, ensuring seamless collaboration on shared features across both front-end and back-end components. Huge. This is one of the biggest things about TypeScript, and it's why Microsoft made it. They needed the ability to make sure when things change, when lots of devs are working on them, that doesn't break shit unexpectedly. And if you're building an SDK that's being used in a lot of projects, it's really nice to have a repo with a bunch of those projects in it, just using all the functionality. And then when you change something in the package, you'll immediately get red squiggly lines and type errors and build errors because some of that code is expecting things that either do or do not exist inside of that package. And being able to change a type signature or deprecate a function and immediately see what's affected, necessary if you're a library dev. It still is painful to make good types as a library dev. If I've learned anything with upload thing, it's that. But the benefits are so great too. Yeah. It does add extra syntax though. And as the article says here, it can be intimidating for devs that are unfamiliar with the language. But the code still reads the same as JS, and most of the added syntax can be skipped over while reading through the source. Yep. There's plenty of people whose brains just turn off at the type definitions and only read the actual code, not the things describing the code's type definitions, just the actual logic. And you can still read TypeScript just fine. Expanding on the core idea of choosing tech that with the widest application, we chose React. It is still the most popular framework library to build for the web because of the simple programming model and composing of components. Yep. It's really hard to justify having your main example not be React at this point. Not just because React is the most popular, but the React ecosystem and the React developers are the most willing to adopt new tools and solutions because we built such a modular space. Since React doesn't come with solutions for a lot of these problems because it's really just a rendering library, there's now a culture around adding and removing parts, almost like Unix style. So it makes perfect sense if you're building an SDK to make your examples using React. While the Zoom Video SDK uses JWTs for session authorization, which makes it compatible for any backend or framework, we limited our backend choices to those written in TypeScript so our audience wouldn't need to know another programming language. Another huge thing. Yes, a lot of companies probably write backends in things that aren't JavaScript. Obviously. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing at all. What I will say is if I am a front-end dev and I'm building something that has a video call in it, what I will say is if I'm working at a company considering adding something like the Zoom Video SDK, the person who's going to explore that and play it out is probably leaning towards front end. They might do some back-end dev, but it is not their strength. The person exploring the Zoom SDK is almost certainly front-end leaning, so making sure the back-end part of the examples is something they don't have to learn more about, huge. Very, very helpful. And I don't think it should only support JavaScript backends, but I think the examples being structured for the people who are going to be reading through it and making these types of decisions, that makes a ton of sense. Yeah, totally agree there. To build a full-stack web app with React, we chose Next.js. It does a great job of abstracting away the complexity in web tooling, both for the front end as well as for the back end. Now we're set with a solid foundation. Good pun. Yeah, it's technically React, not solid. So what's next? Literally, capital N, next. Clever. React and Next set the foundation for our reference apps, but we still have to answer some certain questions, like what about the database, or how do we handle auth? Before we could answer these questions, we need to decide whether to use open source libraries for these features or develop our own from scratch. If you can use open source libraries, you almost always should, especially for things like auth. Ooh. Choosing a specific library requires that the developer using the reference app understands how the library functions, potentially creating a barrier to entry. However, we quickly realized creating our own implementation would present greater challenges for developers. For example, to make any changes, devs would have to read the source code to understand our way of handling auth. With an open source library, the user can simply read the library docs instead when needed. Avoiding reinventing the wheel would also allow us to allocate our time towards building more apps for different verticals. I like this too. This is actually one of the best cases for a stack that's particularly flexible. If you want to have a bunch of reference examples and you're literally changing projects every week or two, greenfielding a bunch of stuff, something like T3 Stack makes a ton of sense. And I'm very excited to hear how it's worked out for them. So what is the T3 Stack? T3 Stack is built for Next.js and TypeScript. Most projects are also going to use the core tier. Most projects will use the additional T3 Stack recommendations like Tailwind, TRPC, Prisma, or Drizzle, NextAuth, or potentially Clerk in the future. You get the idea. If you haven't already seen create.t3.gg, best way to start a full stack type safe next app. And we have all of these things listed. We should add Drizzle and like restructure the homepage in the near future. We'll get there. Anyways, they also recommend using our CLI and our docs. Love they're calling that out here. If we started with a new Next project and chose from the available libraries, we'd end up with something similar. The T3 stack made it easy for us to start without having to set up every single part ourselves. The option to use the newer app router in Next was recently added to the T3 stack as well, but we decided to stick with Pages router for now. Also, totally acceptable. I know a lot of people are going to think, oh, Theo, you're the Next.js server component app router guy. What do you mean you can use the old legacy Pages router? Isn't that deprecated? Are you recommending Next 12? No, Pages router is great right now. I still have a lot of projects that are either built entirely on Pages router or still rely on Pages router for a bit of functionality. It's a fine solution, and it's very well supported, and it is still a default in a ton of things for a reason. I like app router in the new patterns, but Pages router is totally fine to use to this day. There's actually a few projects that I almost wish I had started with Pages router, but I've made app router work how I need it to there. But yeah, app router is both more flexible, but also has way more foot guns. Pages router has a couple massive foot guns, but once you learn to just never use those features, it's a little bit easier to use on a team, especially a team that's newer to the patterns and functionality. Styling. Tailwind. Yep. Just use Tailwind. At this point, like, if you have a disagreement with Tailwind and you haven't used it for more than like a week yet, just shut up and try it. Like, give it an honest go. I hated the thought of Tailwind when I saw it, and then I used it for a week, and now I'm one of the biggest Tailwind proponents. It just solves so many problems with styling. It's insane. We also use ShadCN UI for the UI components to save time on writing the UI while still owning each component as part of the source code. It is accessible out of the box, and we can allow devs to easily change the theme according to their brand. Yep. Shad UI is so nice for this. Auth. They're using NextAuth. Awesome. NextAuth's a great solution. There's also new ones like Lucia Auth, and obviously the sponsor of the channel, Clerk. I think Clerk's easy to set up, but right now, NextAuth's the only option inside of Create T3 app. That might change in the future, and editor's note, if that has changed by the time it's coming out, we'll stick that somewhere in the video. Anyways, database and ORM. We knew we'd have to use a SQL database for storing user data. Well, you could use other things, especially if you're using Prisma, because technically Prisma works with Mongo, which was miserable for them to make work. But anyways, they chose Postgres, as it's one of the most commonly used open source databases. To keep our DB queries type safe, we also need an ORM. Prisma's still the default in Create T3 app. We should move it to Drizzle. Prisma's fine. It's not as fast or nice and modern as Drizzle, but Prisma's still fine. And the star of the show that brings it all together, TRPC. It blurs the line between the front end and the back end in the best way possible. I introduced it to the team, which was apprehensive at first, but they quickly fell in love. I love that, because this article is as much Akansh sharing with us as devs what their experience is and why they chose this, as much as it is him telling the story of how he convinced the team of these things too. And TRPC makes these types of things so much easier. The relationship between backend and front end can be its own field. Like, you can have whole teams at your company where all they do is design the API layer between the backend and the front end in a way that works and scales. TRPC just does it, and it does it great. Like, GraphQL, to do it right, takes a team of 5 focused on it, getting it right. TRPC just does it, and it's smoother and faster and way easier to work with. And it has so many crazy magical superpowers. Like, if I go to, let me make sure I don't leak things when I do this. Like, for an example, here's a project I've been working on. It has paginated data on the homepage. Well, the view page. I'll just go to it in the browser. It's the project that I'm working on right now to manage all my thumbnail faces. And it has infinite scrolling. I hit load more, and it loads more. I'm on a VPN, so it's a bit slow. But adding that functionality is super simple, and I could even make it just trigger when you get to that point in the view. I'm lazy, we'll get there. But the actual code to call that is so simple. Here I have data, fetch next page, has next page, api.images.getPaginatedData, or getPaginatedImages.useInfiniteQuery. This is just React query. TRPC's next bindings, well, TRPC's React bindings just wrap React query with the TRPC bindings. So API is just my name of the TRPC helper. If I want to get other things, it's just API dot. And notice that it auto-completes. Image dot get latest, get paginated. It's all just there. All the return types, all the input types, all of that is all type safe. But the magical feature, the thing that blew me away when it got added in V10, what if I want to see the source code on the back end here? Because this is just an API call. All I have to do to see that, command click on get paginated images. And now I'm in a backend folder. See, we're now in source/server. This is the API itself. It has an input, which is using Zod to validate, to make sure we're actually passing it the right thing. And it has the query, which is the actual function that runs when we call it. Whatever we return here is now going to be type safe in the actual definition that gets used on the client side too. So whatever I return here, I now know that type def here. The infinite data is the data coming from that return. In here, I'm using the context as my way of accessing the database. I could have just imported DB directly, but having it bound to the context is a nice convenience. So context.db.query.uploadedimages.findMany, where grab the model, grab these helper functions, filter things, make sure it's the right user, push all the checks I want to do when I actually fire the query, and then return it with an AND wrapper. Relatively simple. This is super handy. But the thing you'll notice here is most of the code has nothing to do with tRPC. It's just writing TypeScript. Like I'm just writing what I need to do. There's no type definitions there. In fact, if you look closely, you'll notice there's no type definitions in this file. This is technically a vanilla JS file. No types here at all. The magic is that using Zod as a validator and using TypeScript's inference when you return results in the thing being done here being fully type safe just from the validation on the front and the return type on the back being auto-defined through inference. So it's that easy. If I want to make a new endpoint, simple example. I can make it a protected procedure, which is just a wrapper around a procedure that requires you to be auth. I won't even bother for this one. So we'll do public procedure. In this one, we could have an input. It's as simple as .input to give it one. Perfect. We'll just autocomplete it. Cool. So this one, I like making it as part of an object. So we'll do that. z.object. I'll call it message. So now this takes an input of a message string, and then it returns it. We can say hello plus that. Well, sorry, it needs to be input.message. Cool. If I want to call that, it's actually quite simple. Const example equals API.image. And it all just auto-completes. Simple, use query, message, cool. An example.data, if we hover over it, the type's going to be string or undefined because it's possible it hasn't loaded yet. But if it's loaded, we know the result is a string. And what's really cool here is if I change something here, like I change this to be wrapped like this, response, I don't even have to save the file. I'm leaving the file not saved. And here you can see the type already changed. So if I do data.response there, and I change this over here to be message instead, without even saving get the type error, because this is all happening in TypeScript's virtual like type checkers. This is all happening in the TypeScript instance running in VS Code. We don't need a build check. We don't need all these other steps. It's just using the inference built into TypeScript, which is why tRPC is so powerful. Instead of defining an API like service between your backend and your front end, tRPC is using TypeScript as that service, as that API layer, as the documentation for your API. And it's so good. It's so good. If you can be using tRPC, you absolutely should be. And every time I don't use it on a big project, I end up regretting it and adding it back in, including this one. I just rewrote this entire project so I could do it with tRPC instead, and it's made life so much easier. Anyways, you already know I'm a tRPC show. There's a reason for it. Hopefully this helps emphasize why. Back to the article. It allowed us to work individually on the same features across the stack without having to worry about someone else's code. Not only does this make collaboration effortless, it also makes reading and navigating the code a lot easier. Couldn't agree more. Especially, again, when I want to see what this backend code does, command click, now I'm in the backend code. Having that in like very front-end heavy code is magical, and it makes refactors, it makes big changes, it makes reading code reviews and playing with things just all so much easier. If If you're unfamiliar with any of the tools mentioned in the blog, you can find great explanations and guides for each piece in the T3 Stack docs. There is a huge community building and using these tools, and we're excited to be a part of it. Huge thanks to everyone who's building open source tools, and especially the contributors behind the project. We care a lot about developer experience and developer productivity, both internally and externally. We want to make sure that our reference apps are using modern tools that are easy to build with as well as maintain, both for our teams and for yours. We think these tools strike a great balance between impacting most devs and being easy to build with and maintain. They even have a link here, the intro blog, showing some examples, all some stuff worth checking out. I'm hyped on this. Huge shout out to Akansh once again for getting this opportunity and taking it. Like, joining a big company like Zoom and pushing changes like this is terrifying. To be doing it as early in your career as you are is so cool. So like, huge shout out to Akansh. Let me find him on Twitter quick. Give him a follow on Twitter. He's killing it with the DevRel. He just convinced me to showcase Zoom's SDKs in front of however many tens of thousands of people. So clearly he's good at what he's doing. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That was fun. Throw that link in here as well. TRPC sucks if your backend and front-end repos are different repos. Try to fix that if you can. If they're in the same language, they should be in the same repo. Yeah, TRPC is cracked. Definitely play with it. It's weird at first until you realize how... It's one of those things where it's so simple, it's almost complex, and you have to like get over that. Yo, thank you, Austin Daly, for continuing that gift sub. Also, Gamer Girl with the bits drop. Silgarth with the bits drop, too. Sorry I missed both of those before. Appreciate both of you immensely. And we got Andy here, too, 25 minutes ago with the Prime sub. Thank you all for the support. Appreciate it a ton. How are we doing for ads? I need to run another commercial. Hate doing this, but you guys know the rules. Thinking, kind of want to do the how GitHub one. I've been thinking about this one for so long. How am I doing on time? It's 6:30. I really want to gun out all 4 of these, like really badly. How long is this one? Kind of leaning the how GitHub one. It's just been so long and I've really wanted to read this. Let's do it. Yes, dude, you stopped in when I'm live for once. Good shit. Thanks for stopping by. Let's get this here. I'll let you guys hang out with me while I read this. Should be a fun one. I'm going to hide the top nav once we actually get started. Cool. I think it's fair to say GitHub's the winner in the source control space. Like, what else comes close? I set a marker for this, right? Let me triple check. I did, cool. Just making sure. I think it's fair to say that GitHub won. Like, yes, GitLab exists. Yes, there's some new competitors here and there. And yes, SourceForge. And sure, I want this whole thing to be like one nice flow take. I think it's fair to say that GitHub won. GitLab exists, and I'm thankful that it does. There's a couple other competitors here and there. And way back when, SourceForge was a thing. But what led to GitHub winning? How is it that it's become as dominant as it is? And how did they actually manage to dethrone something as popular as SourceForge? This is a story I've wanted to tell for a while, and thankfully, channel sponsor Graphite took the time to do the deep dive and then decided to pay me to talk about it. So this is a sponsored video, although we're not really talking about the sponsor that much because, again, the focus is on GitHub and how they replace SourceForge. That said, I'll be sure to plug Graphite and why I like them at some point in the video, so keep an eye out for that. Definitely worth checking out the product. I do love it. But we're not here for that. We're here for GitHub, and I promise you, Graphite is within the most experienced people to talk about this thing. So without further ado, how GitHub replaced SourceForge as the dominant code hosting platform. Thank you again to Greg for this. Greg also wrote the Why Facebook Uses Git article that I loved so much way back. And you've probably already seen the video because it blew up. Cool. I'm going to quickly kill that. Get myself a little more. Come on. No, fuck. All of those were not what I was trying to do. Fourth time's the charm. No. There we go. Cool. Anyways, thanks, Greg, for writing this. Let's dive in. I've been writing code since high school. I have a faint memory of creating an Android game with friends using Tortoise SVN to share code. God damn it, Tortoise. That's a name I have not heard in a very long time. They're still updating it? Good for them, but Jesus. At college, I learned to clone GitHub repos to access computer science homework assignments. Later, during internships, I joined the ranks using GitHub to review and merge pull requests. Most developers who came to professional age during the last decade probably had a similar experience to me. I certainly am in that group. GitHub is synonymous with source code and code changes, whether with open source projects or on private companies and teams. I will say I'm a bit terrified that people seem to mistake Git and GitHub now. I've absolutely noticed this is almost as bad as like Java and JavaScript for new devs, where a new dev will be working on web stuff and they'll be like, yeah, I'm learning Java. No, you're not. You're learning JavaScript. And people will be like, yeah, I'm learning GitHub. I use it all the time. It's like, do you mean Git or GitHub? And I've also seen people who thought they knew Git that use GitHub to like drag and drop things in the browser and don't actually use Git at all. So yeah, Git and GitHub are different and people should learn them separately. They don't, but that's just reality. And the popularity of GitHub as a tool has allowed them to largely take the Git brand, which is kind of hilarious when you remember that Git was made by Linus Torvalds, who made Linux, and GitHub is owned by Microsoft, who makes Windows. All fun ironies aside, let's dive in. Also, Leah, thank you for the hair compliments. I'm very happy with it. Whew, this will be fun. It's easy to take GitHub ubiquity for... Actually, one more fun thing here on the open source or private company teams. I was so surprised when I got to Twitch, knowing Twitch was owned by Amazon and knowing Amazon had an absolute mess of a source control system, to see that Twitch was just using GitHub. I had never seen GitHub Enterprise before. I had heard it might exist, but just not worked at a company with it. It was still new enough to the industry back in 2016 that it was mind-blowing to me to see the tool I'd been using for all my open source stuff just being available for a company to use too, and not having to learn a new thing to use Git in the workplace. It was awesome. It was really cool. So yeah, you'd be amazed how many companies are just using GitHub Enterprise now. It's like, I wouldn't say most dev companies, but close to 50%, if not more at this point. Like, how popular is GitHub at companies? Over 90% of Fortune 100 companies use GitHub. Yeah, I guess it is more than half in the end. You get the point. Anyways, it's easy to take GitHub ubiquity for granted, but how did these things get this way? It's easy to take the GitHub ubiquity for granted, but how did things get this way? I asked my teammate David how he came to discover GitHub. He's who's been coding a decade longer than I have. And he's lived through the professional transition. This is, again, what I love so much about Greg. He's doing these deep dives, like finding the right person or set of people to talk about these things with. In this case, it's just an older dev. That older dev happens to be a big nerd about version control. But in the article about Facebook stuff, he found all the old Facebook employees who made the decisions around not using Git there and got a really good history lesson that he could then share with us. So once again, huge shout out to Greg. These articles are so good. Throughout the 2000s, he recounted using... Throughout the 2000s, he recounted using SVN at programming jobs. He would download software from SourceForge, but considered the UI to be utilitarian and crappy. Eventually, he found himself navigating to GitHub more and more often to find docs and download open source tools such as Rails. Rails is one of the first big GitHub projects for sure. I remember seeing it on GitHub and be like, wow, this is where things are hosted now. This is so much less bad. This led to him reading up about Git and eventually using a Git to SVN translator at work. Git to SVN translator. There's no better way to date yourself and also prove you're trying than using a Git to SVN converter. Jesus Christ. But even up until 2010, many companies were still hosting code on SVN, and it wasn't until years later that most private organizations migrated fully to Git. Yep. David's anecdote only piqued my interest further. How did GitHub enter the market? What existed before, and what gap did they fill? Quick note about how cool Graphite is. And again, these articles are only possible because of Graphite and also paying me to do it. Shout out to them. We'll talk about stack diffs in a bit. We'll get there though. I will say Graphite has made using GitHub and dealing with source control significantly better and takes a lot of the fun benefits from other solutions. The world before GitHub. 4 years before GitHub was founded, in 2004, Linus created Git. While many folks still use SVN, Git was growing rapidly in popularity as a distributed version control system. It came with compelling value. Unlike prior tools like CVS and SVN, Git users could host entire copies of source code on their own computers without needing to communicate to a centralized server. Folks could update code, even offline, as well as share copies with one another without the approval or hosting costs from a centrally managed source. And while branching code in SVN required duplicating the entire repository, creating branches in Git was fast and cheap. I don't think a lot of y'all understand just how painful SVN was. The idea of like sharing a repo with people where anyone could change anything at any time, not fun in the slightest. You had to like check out individual files instead of making a branch and then merging it later. Not fun. Emily said that she discovered Git in 2007 and spent an hour selling her boss on why they should switch to it immediately. That's huge. These are the right types of initiatives, by the way. Like, if you're at a company that has some things that are behind, like, let's say you're just starting to explore TypeScript. Let's say you're writing all of your fetch calls yourself using crappy use effects. Even as a junior dev, you can move your company over to something like React Query or help with the efforts to move to TypeScript or update your React version. All those types of things helped me level up a ton when I was early at Twitch, especially when I was getting into the web dev stuff, because I did not start Twitch as a web dev at all. But those types of efforts to like convince the team to try the new thing and then pushing, like having just the energy and inertia you bring as a new dev is super underrated. And these types of stories are what it's really good for. As one can imagine, these improvements led to an explosion of creative development in the open source community. Git was custom built for distributed and democratized development, and it spread virally. Despite its advantages, however, Git was slower to catch on in corporate code bases, which remained reasonably well served by private, centrally managed SVN servers with legacy workflows. Skip forward 4 years to 2008. Open source projects like Rails were following Linux, and they were starting to adopt Git. Private organizations continued using SVN and Perforce servers to centrally manage source code. Open source software was distributed primarily on SourceForge, later Google Code, or rarely alternatives like personally hosted servers. God, Google Code. Things I would prefer to never have to think about again. SourceForge, despite its dominance, left much to be desired. For one, the site didn't offer Git support until 2009, over a year after GitHub was created, and it since climbed to over 100,000, and it quickly had climbed to 100,000 users at that point. 100K users doesn't sound like much now, especially when you consider that roughly 1 million people watch my channel every month. But in 2009, 100K people on GitHub was nuts. And that's why back in the day, having 1,000 stars on GitHub was unbelievable. But the differences ran deeper than tech. Today, when we think of online code hosting, we think of a website that you can visit to browse the code, look at issues, and contributors all seamlessly. That was not the SourceForge experience. To be fair, it still isn't the SourceForge experience, but at the time it wasn't either. Rather, it and alternatives like Google Code focused on software distribution to end users, not code collaboration. Yep. I need to find a tweet quick. This tweet broke me. There's been a couple posts like this. I've seen them here and there. I'm sorry, but I have to say this, or I'm sorry I have to say this, but GitHub needs a big red download button. I'm not throwing on some programming socks and looking through the changelog I need to, or I'm not throwing on some programming socks and looking through the changelog. I need the thing now so I can move on with life. Do you know how easy it is to download something on GitHub? Here's one of my favorite examples, Lossless Cut, which I use heavily. Scroll down, click Releases. Any of these buttons will do it. Click that, or that. Any of these three bring you to Releases. And now I have all of the things I might want to download. If you're not a coder, this might be a little bit harder. Like the one painful thing here is since there's a show all, the Windows option isn't visible until you click that, and then the Windows version's available. Not the biggest deal. But as this article has made it very clear, as it should, GitHub's for devs. SourceForge was for end users, not for collaborating with code. GitHub's for developers to collaborate. The one thing I really wish they would do is give an option in a repo to put the README up higher, because this repo has all of these top-level files, and you have to scroll quite a bit before you can even get to the README. You have to scroll a bit more because of how it's formatted before you learn anything about how to install. Thankfully, this app's actually in the Mac App Store and the Microsoft Store for the dumbasses that don't know how to find the button. But for everyone else, yeah, just learn GitHub. It's not that hard. But yes, GitHub's optimization for devs meant that they won all the devs and they won them very, very quickly. SourceForge lost all the devs because, again, SourceForge wasn't building for devs. They were building a place to put your stuff as a dev when it was done. GitHub was so much better for devs that they just won. As this article says, they solved half the puzzle by aggregating the distribution of open source projects, but they offered little in the form of comments, code browsing, change reviews, and other modern table stakes features. It gets worse, though. Creating and managing repos in SourceForge was painful. For one, the site required an application and a human approval to create a new repo. Furthermore, private repos were never supported, meaning the site was never useful for closed source hosting. Leaving comments and issues on projects was unintuitive, and forking was an uncommon practice. Imagine an open source platform that doesn't really support forking. Ugh. If you wanted to contribute to a project, the most common way was to generate a patch and then send it over the project's mailing server, rather than forking and opening a pull request rather than forking it and opening a pull request back to the project. How insane is that? The best way to get changes in a repo was to generate a patch file and then email them about it. Things have improved so much. You new devs don't know how bad things were. Learning about SourceForge 20 years later, I'm struck by how similar it sounds to the current Apple App Store. In that light, the gap in the market that GitHub could fill is much clearer. Yes, SourceForge was so focused on making it easier for a non-dev to install someone else's open source thing that it sucked for devs, but they were much more leaning the App Store side of things for sure. The incumbents, SourceForge and Google Code. Check out SourceForge's landing page from back in 2008. I want to take a look at this. This is going to hurt me. It's going to hurt so deep. That's it? That's all it'll load? That's fine. I love the crappy gradient on the title bars and like the mirroring there. That like reflection effect, everything had it back in the day. This is nostalgic as fuck. Oh, the good old days. Honestly, like the biggest SourceForge selling point at the time is that it was free and nothing else was. They made it free with ads, but you get the idea. Yeah, what do we notice when we look at it? Proud claims about being the largest open source focused site on the web. Download numbers and highlighted projects, new software version releases, even an advertisement on the right column. But it has no mention of Git, no focus on user profiles, and no private repos. The focus is on distribution, not collaboration. Yep. See all this? It's just trying to show off the download button primarily. Examples of a repo on SourceForge, or this is an example of a repo on SourceForge. Notice how the main call to action is the download button rather than a clone button. I will say on GitHub, like, how often are you in a repo and you actually click the fork button here. I feel like that's relatively uncommon, and having that be a higher level thing than actually downloading the code or using the project, it feels kind of weird to me. I understand why, but the hierarchy of UI in GitHub is kind of a mess. Also, like the watch button, why is that right there? Who the fuck actually clicks this button? This repo has 3.7 thousand stars, and one of the top actions here has only been used 13 times. GitHub's a weird platform, man. It's still so much better than SourceForge, but GitHub's UI feels like it needs to be rethought. But people are scared to because it's so established now. But man, the UX on GitHub is so dated. But even then, like when you see how dated SourceForge is, it makes sense. People saying they don't even know what Watch does. Like, yeah, that's the issue. No one actually fucking uses those things. But it's right there. Ugh. Anyways. Code.google.com was incrementally better than SourceForge. The site focused on making it easy to host code and documentation as well, all for free. It leveraged Google's great search acumen for discovery and offered thoughtful documentation for devs looking to learn. But critically, it lacked social and collaborative features that would later prove to be super powerful for open source projects. That's things like issues, things like pull requests, all these features. Like the pull request workflow we know today was largely invented by GitHub as an alternative to emailing diffs. Lastly, while it launched with SVN support, Google Code didn't add support for Git hosting until 2011, complete with a sassy titled Wired article. Google Code finally adds Git support. It's been a long time, but Google Code's finally added support for the wildly popular Git version control. Yep. It's also funny because Android was all built on top of Git, and Google didn't support it for a while, so they couldn't put Android on Google Code. Good times. Good times. But now to the invention of GitHub. Thing we're all here for. One evening in 2008, Tom Preston Werner and Chris Wadstraff met for a drink at an SF Sports bar after a Rails meetup. Yes, GitHub came from the Rails community like hardcore. And yes, Rails existed before GitHub did, and it's all built on Ruby on Rails. The Rails community was starting to use Git more and more, but there was no central website like SourceForge for hosting Git repos. Moreover, social networks were clearly taking off, but no such social network existed for devs like them who were working on open source projects. You have no idea how much time we had to spend in fucking crappy IRC chat rooms at the time. It was rough. Git had made collaborative software development much easier than it ever had been before, and sites like SourceForge helped distribute version releases, but no site served as a home for collaboration. What if anyone could host source code, discuss issues, and request maintainers to pull and fork changes, all backed with profile pages and comment feeds like Facebook? This might sound silly, but do you know how revolutionary it was to have a profile picture and a thing somebody could click to see what other stuff you work on? That was not a thing at all at the time, and it was a massive change to know if the person making a contribution is even worth considering or not when you have big, important projects. Oh, night and day difference. The soon-to-be GitHub co-founders began hacking on the first version of GitHub as a weekend project. They developed the bare bones of GitHub. Obviously, they used Rails. They did it over the weekend until it was complete enough to work at Chris's day job. Throughout daily dogfooding, they worked out the kinks and fixed any blocking feature gaps. There's a quote from Chris. GitHub, the company, had sort of sprung up from the side project, so we never had any big vision or dreams or aspirations. We just wanted to work on something cool. They succeeded. DHH was one of the first profiles on GitHub. This is such a crazy... GitHub's branding originally was social coding. It's just funny when you think about it now, but at the time, it made perfect sense. The Ruby on Rails creator was also an early user of GitHub, helping to skyrocket the site's early popularity. This is the beautiful GitHub site back in 2008. Oh man, I love that. Git repository hosting, no longer a pain in the ass. How many billions of dollars did they get bought for? $7.5 billion 10 years later. They went from no longer a pain in the ass as their like subtitle to $7.5 billion in 10 years. Not bad, if I do say so myself. Yeah. Not bad at all. Anyways. Wait, no, that's actually interesting too. I forgot it was that late because as I said, Twitch was using GitHub Enterprise when I joined. which meant that we were using it before Microsoft owned it, which is kind of crazy to think about. Was that really 2018? Yeah, that's wild. I would have sworn that was longer ago. Good to know. Back to the article, though, because finally, a code repository that works as well as you do. God, look at that old GitHub UI. Oh, the news feed, the source browser. Good times. They got all these quotes. They got the DHH. Killer apps make or break any platform. With GitHub, I think the GitHub just scored one. What's amazing about GitHub is how it really brings the social aspect into play. You've probably heard this at least 12 times last week, but GitHub is totally badass. Yep, it was so much better than anything else that innovation almost stopped as a result. GitHub's original logo included social code hosting as their H1 brand promise, which read, GitHub repository hosting no longer a pain in the ass. Yep, I love that he's calling out the same things. There could be no confusion. GitHub launched with 2 core value adds, social network features and the ability to host GitHub repos online. GitHub launched with 2 core value adds, social networking features and the ability to host a Git repo online. No other site competed on these terms. Absolutely. Project and developer newsfeed. Yep, you have the newsfeed, you have the new code tab, which funny enough doesn't look that different. It still has the fork and the watch button way too high up. Don't think they had stars yet, though. Yeah, this is pre-stars. The source code browser for easily viewing your code at any version and on any branch or tag. This was revolutionary. Being able to look at different branches on a project, seeing how others are working on different things and looking at the Git history and all of that inside of the browser was actually fucking revolutionary. Public dev profiles. You can see what other devs are working on and how many commits they've made. Here's all those quotes there too. Anyways, the rapid growth. Because man, did GitHub blow up. It happened fast. The fact that I keep accidentally saying GitHub when I read Git says everything. Yeah, you're not wrong. After dogfooding the MVP, the GitHub co-founders launched a free beta to friends for hosting public repos. GitHub's growth in the open source community was explosive, demonstrating a great product market fit. It was quickly adopted and enforced by the Rails project, meaning anyone wanting to use Ruby on Rails had to interact with GitHub. That's how folks like my teammate David first learned about GitHub as well as Git. In its first year, GitHub grew to 46,000 public repos. The next year, it had 90,000 repos and 100K users. In the third year, the number was over 1 million repos. And by 2011, GitHub had surpassed SourceForge and Google Code in scale. Pretty crazy to do that in 3 years, but also crazy to think that even as early as 2010, those other solutions were still that much more popular. And it took until 2011 before GitHub was the obvious winner. I would have guessed it was a little quicker than that, but all checks out. First 12 months was $1 million of revenue. The next year was 3 million and then 9 million. That 3xing every year is kind of nuts. Despite the rapid early growth, the 3 founders remained frugal and bootstrapped. They worked to generate revenue quickly. Rather than focusing on ads like SourceForge had or enterprise sales like Perforce did, the GitHub founders quickly began selling individual tier subscriptions for hosting private repos. Who remembers this? Who in chat? I want to see ones in chat for people who were paying the $5 a month for private repos on GitHub. I should be seeing a lot of ones drop in a second here, or I'm going to feel real fucking old. Not as many as I was hoping, enough that I feel a little better. But back in the day, before the Microsoft acquisition, you had to pay to be a GitHub Pro user to have private repos. You had to spend money or be a student and get like the free thing for it to have private repos. And then GitHub got bought by Microsoft, and all of a sudden they let everything be free. They killed that because they didn't need the money anymore. But it was crazy to think like you couldn't make a private repo without spending money before. And people would use Bitbucket instead just to have private repos, which is crazy. Multiple people have said that. Absolutely nuts. The model was easy to understand, self-serve, and somewhat original in the space compared to other hosting products and social network sites. Not only did Google Code and SourceForge not host Git repos, but they also had no option for private code hosting at all. Outside of GitHub, the only option for private repository hosting was running a personally managed server. Do you know how revolutionary this was? To have a way to have a private GitHub repository, just a place that is your source code that you're working on with other people. Having Git as your way of collaborating without having to give the code out for free, no one had that at the time. And it was $5 a month to do things the right business way, having all of your stuff locked down, nothing else like it had existed before. And then it started to take over in enterprise as well because the DX was just so much better. Beyond quick revenue from subscriptions, the GitHub co-founders found alternative ways of making and saving money. They experimented with alternative revenue streams like one-off ad spots, merch store, Git training services, and even a jobs board. To keep business costs as low as they could, they partnered with Engine Yard and then later Rackspace, offering footer advertising in return for free hosting. The free hosting for a footer is the classic. Still got that to this day with the Powered by Vercel at the bottom of the Create T3 stack site. Hosting provided by Engine Yard. Love that high-res JPEG there. In 2009, GitHub launched a self-hosted version that enabled larger enterprises to run GitHub. I did not know they had that the second year they existed. That was real early. In 2009, offer self-hosting. Jesus. Instead of using SVN servers or products like Perforce, engineers could use their newfound Git tooling for both open source as well as closed source dev. A GitHub plan for organizations and teams launched in 2010, further pushing into the private market for code hosting and change collaboration. And by 2011, they had rebranded GitHub Fi into a formal enterprise server product. I've never seen the name GitHub Fi before. I just can't stop thinking of Google Fi. That's so confusing. Ugh. From Chris, our GitHub Enterprise product was created to help us spread GitHub to more people. So whether you're stuck behind a firewall or you have full access to the web, we want to make sure GitHub works for you. Makes sense. Obviously, also, enterprises give you a lot more money. By innovating on traditional code hosting business models, GitHub earned enough money to scale its team and iterate on the product experience further than any previous product. That's another big thing. Because they had this early advantage and they had the small team and they were using modern tools like Rails to build. I know modern tools like Rails sounds crazy now, but at the time it was even crazier. Rails, their small team, their actual income sources, and their lack of reliance on things like ads let them iterate and make massive changes way quicker than anybody else. Since then, I think that's changed, and somebody else could meaningfully disrupt GitHub, but it would take a lot of effort to do it. Back to the article. But the deep revenue focus and bootstrap growth wasn't just a choice. VC investment wasn't an option for the co-founders. Up until 2010, companies making developer tools failed to attract any significant investment. That's a crazy thought, because right now dev tools are the thing that raise. But at the time, dev tools didn't make money as far as VCs cared, so they would not be able to raise anything at all. Even though the tools companies were starting to see exits, such as the 2013 Facebook acquisition of Parse, the maker of tools for mobile apps, the reported $80 million was considered on the low side. For some, developer tools would always remain a venture capital dead zone. That's just so wild to read now. So wild. It took investment traction from Heroku, Atlassian, Stripe, Twilio, and SendGrid to help open up the market. Only after 6 years did GitHub raise investment from a bold Andreessen Horowitz, $100 million for what was marketed as the largest Series A ever. God, $100 million being the largest Series A ever is so crazy. Things have changed so much. So much. Wild. But who didn't adopt GitHub? Because I still to this day certainly see SourceForge links here and there. Google never adopted GitHub internally. Throughout the 2000s, they used Perforce and later developed a custom version control system named Piper. Not only did Google have uniquely advanced version control tooling, but to my knowledge, they also invented web-based code reviews. Their early code review dashboard from 2004 took inspiration from Gmail and set a gold standard for corporate software development workflows. They had no immediate need for Git and GitHub. I haven't seen this. That's sound. Sorry. This is a talk from 2004. What is code review? Benefits of code review. This is so wild. Do they have pictures of what this UI looks like? I really want to see it. That's nuts. That's so crazy. It looks so much like Gmail. That's hilarious. A little bit of a quick history lesson. Gmail was one of the first big Ajax-based web interfaces. Up until Ajax, which is the idea that JavaScript can request more data after the page loaded and do things like a button that interacts and gets more data. Because before, JavaScript could run in the browser, but to get data, you had to load a new page. Ajax meant you could request things like JSON or HTML from a server on the page and get changes. So you could click a button and have new content come in. And one of the first, arguably almost certainly the first big Ajax-built app was Gmail, which was crazy because at the time when you used an email in the browser, you'd click the button and it would have to load a whole new web page and send you to it and then display that info. With Gmail, you could click it and it would just open up in line because it's only fetching that little bit of additional data and then rendering it with the JavaScript, which now is just how websites work, but was invented largely by like the Gmail team early on. And it changed how we do development forever. So it's not too surprising to me that they built something for code around the same time using that tech, but it's way crazier to me they never thought to share it because they could have made GitHub years before GitHub. But they had it internally, and this is a thing I've heard a lot at Google where they solve a problem they have internally and then just never bother sharing that solution. And then they'll build other solutions for the public that they don't even use internally. Kind of nuts. Facebook also never adopted GitHub, though, because they had a lot of the GitHub story, or the Facebook story here is kind of nuts. Around 2010, Facebook's Evan Preissley developed Fabricator. Oh, it's around 2010, in 2010. Small mistake, cool. Facebook's Evan Preissley developed Fabricator in 2010, a year before GitHub formally launched their enterprise self-hosting. Even if GitHub's offering had been available, it's likely Facebook would have still opted to develop their own tooling to better integrate with tailored internal solutions and to help handle monorepo scales that even raw Git struggled to keep up with. Yeah, Git did not handle big repos well at all at the time. It took a lot of investment from Microsoft to fix that. What's more, Facebook moved off of Git to Mercurial, which GitHub never developed formal support for, as it shouldn't have. And this story of Facebook using Mercurial is nuts. I have a whole video about it if you want to check that out. But we're not here to talk about Mercurial, we're talking about GitHub. It's also important to note the unicorn companies, which, if you don't know, a unicorn's a company that ends up worth $1 billion. Unicorns, or one of the first unicorns that mattered in the modern dev world was Airbnb. And a lot of companies like them adopted GitHub very early on. Other notable companies, such as Uber and Pinterest, self-hosted and forked Fabricator. While I'm not certain, I suspect those who chose Fabricator did so because, one, it was still the best self-hostable and open source control service, and two, they were filled with ex-Facebookers missing their former toolchain. Yep, this happened a lot. GitLab launched in 2011 and counter-positioned against GitHub by focusing on being a complete DevOps platform rather than just social coding. This is something GitLab doesn't get enough credit for. They really pushed and pioneered on modern CI/CD stuff. Like, they were the first place to host your source code that would also run builds, integration tests, deployments, all of those things. And that was revolutionary. GitHub then tried to clone it, built some really cool stuff, then got acquired by Microsoft and deprecated most of the cool stuff in favor of boring Azure stuff. But that's a long rant for another day. Let me know if you want to hear that one. But yeah, as they said here, GitLab tagged onto the booming trend in DevOps and leaned heavily on CI and CD to gain market share in some major tech companies, including things like NVIDIA. Working on Graphite in 2024, I speak with hundreds, if not thousands, of high-tech engineering teams. It is exceedingly rare that I hear about companies that don't use GitHub. Stack Overflow's 2022 survey claims that GitHub's professional market share is only double GitLab's. But in practice, I'd anecdotally say that 95% of modern tech companies are probably using GitHub, and only a handful of those companies are self-hosting the GitHub Enterprise. That's actually very interesting that such a small percentage of them are bothering with GitHub Enterprise. The remaining few either use GitLab, Fabricator, or Gerrit, or have custom-built an in-house code hosting platform. Far too many people have done that. The future of GitHub and code hosting. Linus Torvalds, the original developer of the Git software, has highly praised GitHub by stating, "The hosting of GitHub is excellent. They've done a good job at that. I think GitHub should be commended enormously for making open source project hosting so easy." However, he also sharply critiqued the implementation of GitHub's merging interface, stating that, quote, "Git comes with a nice pull request generation module, but GitHub instead decided to replace it with their own totally inferior version. As a result, I consider GitHub useless for these kinds of things. It's fine for hosting, but the pull requests and online commit editing, those are just pure garbage." And honestly, to this day, the code review stuff was revolutionary but it's not good. GitHub code reviews are still rough. It's such a bad UI. I actually have a better time reviewing code on my phone than on the GitHub site because the mobile app's a from scratch rewrite, so it's a little more functional. That said, I'm going to take the opportunity to plug Graphite. Make sure I don't leak things. Graphite's trying to solve those types of problems. Never wait for a code review again. Let's hop in. Sign in, continue with GitHub. Cool. So the magic of Graphite is that they've built an abstraction on top of GitHub that makes a lot of things a lot less miserable. So if we look here, I'm in the T3 open source repo, which I have to get on the free open source plan. By the way, if you're open source or a startup, they offer Graphite for free, which is really, really nice. But man, things like code reviews in here are just so much better. Like the UI doesn't suck. It lets you leave comments in these things with these quick buttons. It shows you what's actually changed or not changed. The view button actually fucking works. It's just so much better. And also, if people have made a bunch of changes on a given thing, you have different versions of the same thing. And if I want to just compare what's changed from version 3 to 6, now I'm just comparing version 3 to 6 instead. It's so nice. I really, really like using GitHub, or I really like using Graphite, even if just for the code reviewer. But obviously their CLI, their way of building things, everything else is really nice. If you want GitHub to feel a little bit more modern and a little bit less painful, Graphite's almost certainly the way to do it. You got a lot of big companies using it. We're using it a bunch too. It's so nice. And man, don't get me started on stack diffs. If you've ever had that wonderful issue, let's go to stacking dev. If you've ever had that wonderful issue where you have a PR, you're waiting for somebody to merge it, and now you're working on another PR based on that one, and then that first one merges, but the second one's still open, and then everything falls apart. Stack diffs just solve that. It makes it so much easier to stack changes on top of changes and then approve them individually or as a set, and then have it all merge in once all of it is approved. The idea of stacking your changes is somewhere between a commit and a pull request, but that new unit that fits between there is really, really nice. And if you haven't tried it before, it will break your brain for a bit. And to really see the benefits, you need to use it with a team. But if you're on a fast-moving team trying to push Git to its limits, stacking will help a ton, and I highly recommend checking out Graphite for that. End of the sponsor plug. Back to the article. So what's the future of code hosting? In Clay Christian's famous book, The Innovator's Dilemma, I'm never going to read that last name, so I was going to say his first name. In Clay's famous book, The Innovator's Dilemma, Clay argues that each innovative products often start as an integrated solution. I would argue that GitHub and GitLab are examples of integrated offerings, offering a one-stop shop for teams looking to manage their source code. I would agree. But then once the space evolves, being the all-in-one is no longer the best way to go to market. You need to integrate in what people are expecting and already use. Like making a new email provider would be miserable if you don't support Gmail in some way. Making a new Photoshop competitor would be miserable if you don't support Photoshop files. Like you have to play into the existing standards. Clay argued that as the market matures, solutions become specialized and modular. Yep, beat me to it. Pre-read. We've already seen this begin to happen in a few areas of social coding. Things like Jira and Linear, which offer module issue tracking, while Jenkins and BuildKite offer modular CI solutions. GitHub was the original Git repo hosting, but in time, Bitbucket, AWS Code Commit, and others started to offer the same solution. GitHub now offers an integrated merge queue, but more specialized offerings exist from companies like Mergify, Aviator, Trunk, and even Graphite. GitHub maintains a monopoly over open source code due to strong network effects and product features like forking, forum-style comments, and more. GitHub maintains their monopoly over open source code due to a strong network effect, as well as product features like forking, forum-style comments, and moderation that lends themselves fantastically to open source development. Closed source repos originally adopted GitHub due to their specialization in Git hosting. Again, GitHub was the only option for a closed source Git repo for a long time, which is kind of nuts. But now, obviously, that's a common capability. It's basically a commodity at this point. GitHub's social features are nearly useless at private companies, where discussions happen over things like Slack, Notion, Linear, and Zoom. Half agree. I still think code review is kind of a social feature and is really, really nice. And if you're a company that also has open source code, syncing between Linear and GitHub is its own cottage industry now. I believe the future involves a bifurcation. I believe the future involves the bifurcation. I don't know why I'm struggling to read this. I believe the future involves a bifurcation between dev tools for open source as well as dev tools for closed source. Interesting. So open source and closed source are going to have different tools in the future. Interesting hypothesis. Open source collaboration needs discussions, profiles, moderation, forking, and discovery. Closed source collaboration needs code changes to be reviewed in hours, not days. It needs trunk-based workflows, merge queues, emergency procedures, as well as CI/CD coordination. There's overlap in both cases, but I believe over time, the world will further specialize in different solutions for the different use cases. Interesting. I do not fully agree. I think that the needs of open source devs are so great that they will continue innovating at a rapid pace. And even if you made something better for closed source devs right now, the open source community has a high chance of one-upping that quickly. On top of that, the best closed source devs, the ones that work at companies that have a bunch of private code, they also work on open source stuff. And if you have a big enough difference between those things, if you have a big enough difference between how they work on the closed source stuff at work and the open source stuff for fun, they're just going to be annoyed at the one that they're using at work. So that's my one hesitation is the best devs are going to want to use the same tools for both, and open source will continue to innovate faster, not just because like there's more devs, but very importantly, those devs have greater needs because they're dealing with much higher throughputs of people and contributions and all these other things. We've already seen specialized solutions from Facebook and Google. By evolving their source control systems independently from GitHub's open source constraints, they've created powerful patterns like Google's PR inbox and Facebook's stack diffs. Man, stack diffs are so good. I'd like for modularization to progress to a point where every engineer can pick how they'd like to host their source code, completely independently of the tools they'd like to use to actually change the said source code. We've already seen this in other facets of dev, such as how developers are free to use their preferred IDE or their preferred cloud hosting provider. Yet we still all use VS Code and AWS. Tisk tisk. You know what? I would bet that VS Code's relevance is probably comparable to GitHub's at this point. And I'd be surprised if there weren't just as many companies on AWS as there were on GitHub. Like those numbers feel very similar to me. I could be wrong, but that's my gut feel. GitHub earned their monopoly fair and square by better specializing into code hosting and social coding, but those aren't the end of the story. One day in the future, I hope developers have 5 viable options of where to host, not just one. Disclaimer. I'm young enough to not have been professionally coding before GitHub. Much of the information here is cobbled together from online sources. Obviously, same deal with me. The full timeline. SourceForge was 99. I was 4 years old when SourceForge dropped. That's nuts. CVS and SVN for version control, pretty popular. Linus created Git in 2004. GitHub's 4 years after Git was made. It took that long for Git to have a platform that really made sense for it, which is kind of nuts. SourceForge tried catching up a year later, but it was too late, especially since GitHub had the self-hosting version laying the groundwork for enterprise. Facebook developed Fabricator the next year. GitLab came out a year after that. GitHub actually launched enterprise in 2012. Google Code shut down in 2016, again proving that GitHub had won. GitHub added Actions in 2018. They were doing things like Actions before, but then when Microsoft bought them, they rebuilt Actions to basically just be an Azure thing, as I mentioned before. Let me know if that should be a full video. And then Fabricator announcing that they're no longer being actively maintained in 2021. What an article. That was a phenomenal read. Once again, huge shout out to Greg and my friends over at Graphite for making this one possible. Let me know what you think in the comments. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. One more done. How long is this one? 10-minute read? Fuck it. We'll gun one more out. Let's run a quick commercial. It said a 10-minute read. That does not look too bad. Shit, thanks for stopping by, Leda. Actions vid will happen someday. You should check out the one that Faster Than Lime did first if you're not wanting to wait, because it was really good. See if I missed any subs. I did not. That is great, because that means we can just get started immediately. Let's do it. Millions of Erlang with millions of users. You should use Graphite because managing a shitload of different PRs and branches sucks with a team. And Graphite's still built on top of GitHub. So it's still, I should actually have mentioned that. So marker more for Graphite plug. And to be clear about Graphite, by the way, and just to make sure it's clear, Graphite isn't an alternative to GitHub. It's actually built on top of GitHub. So you're just signing into it and using the repos you already have. So it's not like you have to leave everything else behind. It's not like your whole team has to make this big move over to Graphite. It's a thing you can absolutely incrementally adopt and try out for some projects, not all of them. But I love it. Highly recommend it. You should consider checking it out. Cool. And now we will do the Erlang for real. Whew. Those of y'all who have been around for a bit probably know that TypeScript isn't actually my favorite language. The one that I've found the most joy in, that I genuinely like the most, is definitely, without any question, Elixir. That language changed the trajectory of my career and honestly, my life. By the way, I'll be at ElixirConf coming up in August. Check that out. I'll leave a discount code in the description. Anyways, the thing we're here for today is to talk about not even Elixir. I don't necessarily want to include that plug. Yeah, I'm going to redo the intro here. Sorry. Cool. If you've been around for a while, you almost certainly know that my favorite language isn't actually TypeScript. I know, crazy, I'm the TypeScript guy. But Elixir has always tickled me and touched me at a I know it's crazy because I'm the TypeScript guy, right? Well, Elixir changed the trajectory of my career and honestly, my love of coding. I owe it so much. But one of the important things to understand about Elixir is it's not a traditional language in the sense that it's its own native thing. It's a little closer to TypeScript, where it is kind of syntax sugar. When you write Elixir code, it's running in Erlang. Erlang's a very interesting language, and Erlang's also being used for a lot of very interesting things. I want to talk about those things and the scale that they have resulted in, because companies like WhatsApp, Discord, and more rely heavily on Erlang to make unimaginable levels of scale possible. It's an incredible language that's incredibly complex, but this article looks very promising, and we're going to talk all about how WhatsApp, Discord, and other companies all have managed to scale to hundreds of millions of concurrent users, taking advantage of Erlang and the technologies that it is enabling. Huge shout out to Hoon Wee for writing this. I'm very excited for this article. As a solo full stack dev, one of the most popular projects our clients ask us to build is a real-time app. Oh, you know, the ones that you use every day. Things like WhatsApp, Discord, Slack, Twitch chat, etc. When building real-time apps, you need to consider for various factors like scalability, fault tolerance, responsiveness, and distribution. And that's a tough job, especially if you're a small team or even a solo team. One of my favorite fun facts is that when WhatsApp was acquired, they had, I think, 6 engineers total, maybe a bit more, but they had less than 6 working on the infrastructure. And man, the WhatsApp team killed it, and they were able to scale to unbelievable numbers of users with such a small team because Erlang made it easy. What if I told you that you could build a real-time app that can easily scale to more than 1 million users with just a few devs? And not only that, but you could also deploy them with almost zero downtime at extremely low costs. The secret weapon I'm talking about here is the Erlang Virtual Machine, or Beam, the Bogdan or Bjorn's Erlang abstract machine. Remember, Erlang is ancient. Erlang comes from like the OG C days. So they didn't have a real term of virtual machine yet. Like that concept was still new, largely being invented by Erlang. So the term was abstract machine because their goal was to make a layer that they could write code for, and then they could just port that layer over, kind of similar to things like JVM from Java. This was meant to be an alternative to how C worked, where the C language had to be ported to every different architecture so that you would write code and it would compile to the correct assembly. Beam was much more focused on being a slightly higher up level, so you don't have to compile different code or compile your code for different platforms. You compile the runtime and you can stuff the code in, again, similar to Java. But at the time, that was revolutionary and also very slow because computers sucked, which meant that Erlang did not get adopted that much. But since then, the power of having that abstraction and the networking benefits and all the crazy stuff that got built into Erlang have proven to be very, very useful. At the time, more for the telephone companies, but since, for the internet we now know and love. Because believe it or not, Erlang was invented before the internet. So yeah, this will be a fun one. In this article, I'll explain how Erlang and its modern counterpart, Elixir, have become the secret weapons behind real-time apps like WhatsApp and Discord. I'm especially excited to share this because I've been using Elixir for more than 3 years now, and I can say it's one of the best decisions I've ever made in my career. Yep, there are very, very few people who can say they regret learning Elixir. I'm not going to promise you a bunch of jobs and opportunities as a result, but it will make you appreciate functional programming and scaling and networking and all these things in a different light. And it was certainly a very powerful thing for me to learn when I learned it. So let's dive in. The origins of Erlang and Elixir. That's such a good meme. That's so good. And it's so true. That's so true. I was about to give the history, but I'm going to let the author do it and just add my details. For the sake of it, if you are interested in Elixir and you're already an Elixir dev, you should check out ElixirConf. I'll be speaking there this year, believe it or not. Retake on that. Before we go into the history of Elixir, because we're going to have a lot of fun there, I have to plug ElixirConf. It's happening August 27th to 30th in Orlando, so if that time's already passed, I'm sorry. But if you want to come to a cool place to talk about Elixir and hear keynotes from Jose Valim, Chris McCord, the guys who made Elixir and Phoenix respectively, as well as this guy who I don't know how he snuck in, but he did. Come check it out. I'll even leave a discount code in the description, so use that if you want to get some money off. Anyways, Erlang was developed in the late 1980s by Ericsson, a Swedish telecommunications company. The goal was to create a language that could handle massive concurrency and high availability requirements of telecommunication systems. Again, they wanted to make this work for phone companies. The internet was not even a thing. They just wanted phone companies and their stuff to work properly. Erlang's design focuses on lightweight processes, message passing, and fault tolerance, making it ideal for building systems that require continuous operation as well as high reliability. Erlang's lightweight process allows for thousands or even millions of concurrent activities within the same system without significant performance degradation. This is kind of the magic of Erlang. The idea of like what we now know in JavaScript with the event loop, where you can have something going on and process other stuff at the same time, that you can have a function that is running that isn't reserving a meaningful amount of CPU or RAM at any given time. It's just IO that's being waited on. The idea of having more processes running than you have processors and threads in your processor. That concept was unbelievably powerful and still is to this day, especially when you consider at the time, there was no such thing as multi-threaded processors and multiple cores. Like your distribution method was multiple computers. And the only thing that knew how to even start doing that was Erlang. But it could also spin up multiple processes, in quotes, on the same machine and just wait for the first one to finish before doing the next one. All of these concepts were largely invented by Erlang because this idea of a process not being the thing directly tied to the machine itself, but being an abstract thing that you could run, pause, resume, queue, deal with later, deal with sooner. All of these ideas came from Erlang, which is so crazy. There's a great quote here we'll get to in a second. Its message passing model enables these processes to communicate efficiently without sharing memory, which reduces complexity and increases fault tolerance. The let it crash philosophy, this is like core to Erlang. Let it crash. It's fine because you can recover from the crash. Don't go out of your way to make sure edge cases are handled in every single detail because you can just catch at higher level and try again. The let it crash philosophy encourages devs to write systems that can recover gracefully from failures, contributing to the robustness of the Erlang-based applications. Elixir, created by José Valim in 2011, builds on the solid foundation of the Erlang VM, but it introduced some more modern and developer-friendly syntax. So I'll dive in a little more on here. Check out my interview with José if you want to see a bunch more, because it was awesome. I love him so much. He was one of the most relevant devs in the Ruby world. He built the OAuth implementation for Ruby, which was a huge deal. He realized that Ruby's scalability was shit, like absolute garbage. It's as single-threaded as a thing can be. So Ruby on Rails sucked to scale. We invented all sorts of new technologies to abstract on top of Rails, like outside of the server, to tell you which server to go to, because it was the only way to load balance. Hell, the concept of load balancing as we know it today was largely invented to deal with Ruby's bullshit. As such, José was annoyed and wanted to find something better. He soul searched, he looked at every language, and he fell in love with what Erlang could do. But then he had to read Erlang code. And I should probably have started with this, but it's important to understand how fucking cursed Erlang syntax is. This doesn't look too bad. But like accessing sub values is largely done with like the number sign. There's a lot of code that has a semicolon at the start instead of the end. This is very modern Erlang. We're going to do the easier thing. Give me an example of Erlang code that has a lot of syntax that's weird compared to other languages. Okay, a good bit of this is relatively modern, but the dash for modules, also the concept of modules being something they had, was insane. This looks not as bad as it usually does when I look at old Erlang code. Maybe my brain's being rotted by FP. It used to be fucking weird. Okay, now we're talking with the brackets, the underscore ats, like, what the fuck is this? Now we're talking. Yeah, it's one of the earliest languages of pattern matching. It might have invented pattern matching. What language was first to have pattern matching? ML in the 70s had it. Damn, did not know that. Good to know. But yeah, Erlang was one of the first languages with it. Not the first, but one of the first. Anyways, the point I was trying to make is that José saw Erlang, realized it was miserable to write and read, and wanted syntax that didn't suck. And let's be real, Ruby syntax is beautiful. It's like if Python didn't hate you. The promise that Python made of readable code like English was actually delivered on by Ruby, which is funny because the guy who wrote Ruby is not a native English speaker. The point being, Ruby had great syntax. José missed it when he started playing with Erlang and decided he would build a language on top of Erlang so he could have the beautiful syntax of Ruby while also having the performance benefits and ecosystem of Erlang. And he pulled it off with and he pulled it off with Elixir for sure, especially once he started adding all the fun functional programming things on top. It was great. Together, Erlang and Elixir provide a powerful stack for building scalable, reliable, and maintainable apps. Their features make them a perfect choice for companies like WhatsApp and Discord, which require systems capable of handling a large number of concurrent users with minimal downtime. We need to actually talk about those features, though, because right now I'm just glazing the language. So let's dive in a bit. 5 core features that make Beam a secret weapon for real-time applications. The decision to use Beam for building a real-time app at WhatsApp, or decision to use the Beam. Okay, before we get to this, I want to record a new intro because I just thought of, I remembered I had thought of one and had forgotten it when I recorded the first one. I'm so sorry, FaZe. I'm going to marker for it. Hopefully that'll make things a little bit easier. Cool. You might think big companies like You might think big companies would use languages like Rust and Go to scale, and sure, plenty do, but there's a secret weapon that a lot of these companies are using to let them scale much bigger and much faster with teams that are much smaller and more focused. That language has been around for a lot longer than you might think too. It's a language I love a lot. Well, not it, but the things that you can build on top of it. That language is Erlang from the 80s. It was built for phone companies, but since then it's been used for a hell of a lot more, including my favorite language, Elixir. Yes, not TypeScript, Elixir. I love it so much, the things you can do with it are incredible, and we're going to read an awesome article all about how these companies are using this stuff. So let's get to it. Cool. Better intro. Back to it. So, the 5 core features that make Beam a secret weapon for real-time apps. There's a reason these companies are using it. Excited to dive into it. The first big feature is fault tolerance. See this? We got a supervisor keeping track of the workers. If a worker dies, supervisor sees it, and they spin up a new one. Love it. Also love the Excalibur. Reliability is crucial for applications like WhatsApp and Discord, which must operate continuously without significant downtime. Erlang's let it crash philosophy ensures that individual process failures do not bring down the entire system. Instead, processes are isolated, and supervisors can restart a failed process automatically. This design minimizes the impact of crashes and contributes to the overall stability of the application. The fact that everything in Erlang is its own isolated worker, always, is fucking magic. It's so powerful. And you can do crazy shit like hot swap the code out live. You can just change what code is running because, again, Erlang's a virtual machine and layer. So you can just throw different Erlang code in and it will interpolate it and use it for whatever you want to. That's nuts. It's so cool. It's one of those things that you don't realize because it could work in Java, but nobody uses Java that way. I don't even know if it can actually do that. The idea of hot swapping code, the thought of things like hot swapping code, restarting individual processes and workers without hurting the system, crashing without the system going down, all magic and hugely useful at scale, especially if you're moving fast. Speaking of scale, scalability. Scalability not only needs the ability to expand physical servers horizontally, but also methods to communicate between those servers. This is one of those things that Erlang just does. And once you see how Erlang does it, you get mad that everything else sucks so hard. We'll see what the article has to say first. But communication in distributed systems always brings several issues, from race conditions to node discoveries, orchestration failures, etc. There are lots of reasons why these issues are brought up, but most of them come from the ill-managed complexity. Beam, on the other hand, achieves scalability without any fancy yet dangerous tools out there. It handles internode communication like a charm. Let's see a simple example of how to communicate between 2 nodes in Elixir. So you have to spin up 2 nodes. So here's 2 different nodes spinning up here. This one is named node 1. At here is just where it's located. Has a cookie. And we spin up another one here named node 2. So all I have to do to connect them, it's inside one of them. Say connect to the other one. Node.connect, node 2 with the IP. And here is where shit gets actually fucking magical. Do you know how you run different code on that node? From this node, call node.spawn and just pass it a function. It will just run over there. What the fuck? Why does no other language have this work this easily? These aren't necessarily different processes on the same machine. These could be different machines entirely. And you can just spawn a process on a different machine from the one you're currently on. It's insane. It's so powerful. And when you get into shit like gen server, give an Elixir gen server. Show me an Elixir gen server example that distributes the compute to process an array across multiple nodes. Gen server is nuts. It's a generic server that makes it easy to distribute shit. Cool. Showing all that. distributed compute, start link. Cool. As you see here, it looks a lot like Ruby. Sad that there's no Elixir syntax highlighting on ChatGPT, but I get it. And all you have to do to distribute these, we have our nodes, which we just get from calling node.list. We now know how many nodes there are by calling length of nodes. We break up the array. We then chunk every for this amount. So there's now chunks of however many, like let's say there's 5 nodes. We now have chunks of 5. So for each chunk, we then spin off an async process for each of those. It's that simple. It's like real easy, like hilariously so. And we just have the gen server that creates the link and actually spins up all of these processes. And we can just chunk on an array, which by the way, the ability to chunk on something like this is magical. To just split up your data in groups of 5 with a helper like that. Oh, so good. So good. For those wondering how does this work, it assumes the same source code is available and tagged properly on all nodes, which it pretty much always is. And it's updating itself, as far as I understand, to make sure all the nodes are on the most up-to-date source. It's not actually sending the source code across the wire. It's sending a tag to what source code to run across the wire. From my understanding, I could be wrong. But these are the things you don't think about when you use Elixir, because they're all just kind of solved for you. You have the node 1, node 2 here example. Node.connect to node 2. We can distributed compute.start link. Now we have the 2 nodes. Result, distributed compute.process array, the array. Can you give an example without a module where you do it all as one big function with pipes? The pipe operator is one of the coolest things in Elixir, by the way. Yep, this is how I would have written this. Now we're talking. So we have the node list, and we can cat self to it. So now we have all the nodes, including this one. Chunk size, again, we're dividing the length of the array by length of nodes. Create the chunks. enum.zip nodes.map. So the zip is attaching the node in between each element. So now we know if we grab 2, it's the chunk, then the node. Task.async, we pass this thing through the RPC call, the distribute example, process chunk, end, and that's it. And if you want to see how the chunk's processed, that's this code here, the module. Def process chunk, does whatever you do here. And all you have to do to call that somewhere else, because again, we're calling this function on a node we don't know. The node is this node. So we just call that by passing this node, and then calling process chunk. And also distributed pipe, because we need to tell it which module, because we're in this distributed pipe example module, and we're telling it, in this node, call this module, specifically this function, and pass it this data. It's actually really nice, like magically so. It's, I'll just sit here glaze Elixir all day if I keep looking at code snippets. So back here. Yeah. As I said, this is really powerful and scalable, and you can avoid using complex distributed systems like Apache Kafka, RabbitMQ, and things like that. The amount of time I spent avoiding these things because Elixir and Erlang just did them for me probably hurt my career as much as it helped. Getting some good questions from chat already, like, does this relate to the wild shit Fly does? Yes, this is how Fly works. Fly functions entirely because they're building everything on top of Elixir. People saying that my hair is convincing them to check out Elixir. Oh boy, I'll take it. The hair seems less sincere. The hair's convinced you. I'll take it. Anyways, distribution. This is where it gets even more fun, because again, you can run this on any node, and it's very trivial to spin up. Real-time global applications like WhatsApp and Discord require distributed architecture to handle users from different regions. This needs a system that can distribute workloads across multiple nodes and ensure seamless communication between them. Beam Scheduler can not only distribute processes across multiple cores on a single machine, but also across multiple machines in a network. So fucking cool. And also, it treats every process the same, whether it's on the same machine or a different one. This is kind of the magic. You can wait for a result of a process and call it as though it ran on the same machine, even if it ran on the other side of the fucking world. It doesn't care. And obviously, this makes it very easy to build distributed systems without worrying about the underlying infra. Computer 1, Computer 2, Computer 3, all getting things passed to them from the scheduler, it doesn't fucking matter. This ease of distribution also connects to the scalability feature. When you need to scale your app, you can easily add more nodes to the cluster and distribute the workload across them. No need to worry about complex load balancers or sharding strats. Beam takes care of it all for you. Yep. You could hire a team of DevOps to do all these things for you, or you could just use a good language. It's also worth noting, I'm going to drop a spicy take when we're here. Performance means a lot of different things. I find a lot of companies getting excited about languages like Rust because they want to squeeze out all the performance they can. But man, performance is not that simple. Performance means that your app runs well, or that the thing you're building runs as expected. It doesn't mean that the amount of time it takes to do a specific math function is as short as possible. It means the whole system runs well. So as much as Rust might make a given function compute faster than other languages, certainly faster than Elixir, because Elixir is not a compiled language, it won't benefit once you want to go past what your current processor does. One of the most important things to know about performance is that performance is often a function of scale. How many processors and threads do you have? How well are they being utilized? I've seen a lot of code in Go and in Rust where the Go code is faster, not because it can compute a function or get data faster, but because it's easier to parallelize the things you're doing in Go than it is in a language like Rust. I know I've gotten flamed for the Rust sucks at async takes, but I don't care. I'm right. Rust sucks at async. It doesn't do concurrency well for shit. It certainly doesn't do parallelism well for shit. You can brute force it in, but good luck, have fun. Erlang just does it. It's just part of the language. And that's the magic is, while yes, if we're comparing how much compute can get done on one core, Elixir loses. It solves a much more complex performance problem that matters a lot more to businesses that are actually making money, which is when we hit the cap of how much performance we can get out of one box, how easily can we have a second box? And sure, if you could theoretically only ever have one server, Rust is a great language for that. But as soon as you might need a second server at some point, Elixir is the best thing you can be using. And if you want to be able to spin up multiple nodes and distribute your processes so that you can get responses to users faster without micro-optimizing every single fucking line of code in your app, that's the performance win that you get from Elixir and Erlang. They make it easier to scale up to address performance needs rather than Rust, which makes it easier to write individual lines of code and functions that resolve way faster. As great as that is, and it is awesome, it is not going to solve the problem as indefinitely as something like Elixir and Erlang does, because these mean whenever you need more performance, just spin up another server. No other language has this good, period, unless it's also built on top of Beam. So, speaking of performance and how quick things handle stuff, let's talk about responsiveness. Real-time communication platforms must deliver messages and updates to users quickly and reliably. I mean, don't tell that to Slack or GitHub. Anyways, Erlang takes the execution of multiple processes into its own hands by employing dedicated schedulers that interchangeably execute many Erlang processes. A scheduler is preemptive. It gives a small execution window to each process and then pauses it and runs another process. This is so magical. You have no idea. So here's an example. The scheduler allocates an execution window to process 1, which allows max 500 function calls per process. So if this needs 1,000 function calls, but it can only take up to 500 at once, then after it's hit that 500, it pauses and goes to the next process. Since process 1 needed 1,000, it's paused. It then tries process 2, which only needs 100. So it finishes that, and then it can go back and finish that. This sound familiar? If you're deep enough in JS, you're familiar with the event loop. This is like a brute force, scalable, multi-node version of the same thing. It's magic. It's so cool. Just got the question, how does Gleam compare? It's the same because both Elixir and Gleam are built on top of Erlang and Beam the same way. I'll say Gleam's whole compiles to JS thing won't get any of these benefits, but if you're using it on the server side with Elixir, or if you're using it on the server side with Erlang, it's the same thing. It all compiles the same thing. The same way that Kotlin isn't faster than Java, all the languages built on top of Java are the same. Yeah. So cool. So cool. Because the execution window is small, a single long-running process can't block the rest of the system. Furthermore, I/O operations are internally delegated to separate threads, or a kernel pull service on the underlying OS is used if available. That means that any process that waits for an I/O operation to finish won't block the execution of other processes. Again, it's doing a lot of the same things that we love JavaScript for and the things that actually make JavaScript surprisingly fast, but it's doing it across machines. That's nuts. That's so cool. That's so fucking cool. Speaking of cool, live code updates. Nothing else has this. Maintaining real-time applications requires the ability to deploy updates without disrupting the user experience. Usually, in a containerized cloud environment, you would use techniques like blue-green deployments, canary deployments, etc. to achieve this. But with Beam, you can update code on a running system without restarting the application. Do you understand how magical this is? Imagine something like a WebSocket server that you're connected to get new chat messages. Now imagine you're the dev of that server. You need to push an update to change how the processes are being shared or what database they're connecting to or something like that. Normally, you'd have to take down the server and put up a new server and then hope the user automatically reconnects and write a ton of client-side code to make sure they can reconnect to the right thing. Now you can just put up the new code and you're done. It's nuts. This feature is known as hot code swapping, and it's crucial for real-time applications where continuous operation is essential. It allows for devs to fix bugs, add features, and optimize performance without interrupting the service. Oh boy, we're getting into case studies now. This will be very fun to see how these things are actually being used. I love the ABC here of context on what this is, examples of why it's powerful, now examples of how it's actually been used. How WhatsApp leveraged Erlang to scale real-time messaging with more than 1 billion daily active users. That's so hard to comprehend. In 2009, WhatsApp was founded by Brian Acton and John Combe, who wanted to create a messaging app that was cross-platform, fast, reliable, and secure. They chose Erlang as the foundation for their real-time messaging platform because of its fault tolerance, scalability, and distribution capabilities. The basic architecture and codebase for WhatsApp's messaging systems were inspired by an open source project named eJabbered, which was an XMP server written using Erlang. WhatsApp growth was exponential, and by 2018, it had over 1 billion daily active users. Thanks to the efficiency of Erlang and their careful refinement of both eJabbered, they managed to handle millions of messages per day with minimal downtime while keeping the team lean and the hardware and engineering costs low. Yeah, I want to emphasize, like, how many engineers worked at WhatsApp when acquired? They had 32 engineers. If I recall, 6 of them or so were on infra. And that was for a $19 billion acquisition. And that was 6-ish people covering 450 million active users. That's so hard to fucking fathom. That's so crazy. That ratio is unbelievable. It's possibly the craziest of, like, number of devs to number of active users connected. Whew. Unbelievable. According to Anton Lavrick, a WhatsApp server engineer, one of Erlang's best attributes is the concurrency. He says that other languages or platforms can try to achieve the same level of concurrency, but they often require a lot of effort and resources. Since Erlang was built to solve the problem of concurrency from the beginning, it's much easier to achieve the same level of concurrency with Erlang. Yep. And case 2 is Discord, which I believe we were sent... Yes. The Discord one is a relatively well-covered story. Even on the Elixir blog back from 2020, Jose wrote an article about why Discord was on Elixir. So that's a really cool thing if you want to check that out. Great reference. Let's see what the author of this has to say. Discord, founded in 2015 by Jason and Stan, is a real-time chat app designed originally for gamers. And also devs, by the way. t3.gg/discord if you want to hang out with us. Back then, they chose 2 main languages to build their infra, Python and Elixir. This is particularly funny because since then they've done Go and Rust and a bunch of other shit. The Python codebase in Elixir still remains for powering API-related stuff, but most of the core features, including real-time chat, are still powered by Elixir. So the Python, I don't think the Python code base is being used for fucking anything, but the real-time chat absolutely is Elixir powered. Discord's popular servers, such as those dedicated to popular games like Fortnite and Minecraft, can handle hundreds of thousands of users chatting simultaneously. Hence, it should be very good at broadcasting messages and user status updates in real time without any delay. Elixir's concurrency model and fault tolerance features made it an ideal choice for building Discord's real-time chat system. The ability to handle massive concurrency and distribute workloads across multiple nodes allowed Discord to scale its chat platform while maintaining high performance as well as reliability. And then in 2019, Discord reached a new milestone. They had to handle way more concurrent users than ever before. This time they had to use not only the powers of Beam, but also the powers from other more so-called performant languages. They used Rust to build their new member list that could rapidly update the status of 11 million plus concurrent users. And the cool thing is that they adopted precompiled Rust modules into the Elixir codebase, using a feature called NIF, which is native implemented functions. Really cool that for the things that, again, Elixir doesn't do fast, because it's not a fast language, it's a scalable language. You can still dive into something like Rust to do certain things fast, and then send out the response across the crazy node management stuff that you can do in Erlang. This way, they could leverage the performance of Rust while also using the productivity and scalability, concurrency, and all of that of Elixir. Yep, super cool. Case 3. This is the case that the author worked on. How I built a real-time networking app with Elixir and Phoenix. Last year, I had a chance to build a fun project called Food Focus, which broadcasts a live video of a user cooking a dish, and other users can join the live video and chat with the host. Not only that, but they can also connect their smartwatch to the application, and the application will show the synchronized recipe instructions as a timer on their watch. By the time I started building the project, I had to choose the most cost-effective tech stack to build it. The most important traits of the tech were the following. You need to be easy to build real-time features. It should provide ready-to-use tools so they don't have to bring in a lot of third-party stuff. It should be fun to work with. A nice DX. Oh, we were doing so good. So good. Threw it all away at the end. This hurts me. After some research, I decided to use Elixir and Phoenix for the backend and make a mistake on the front end. I'm sorry. I love you, author. You've done a great job with this. The fact that you were willing to try out new things and find Elixir and Phoenix is also why you were willing to try Flutter, but I hope you take the time to reflect on why Flutter sucks. Ugh. Anyways, especially if you need a mobile, like a watch app, Flutter is going to only get in your way there. Ugh. I don't want to rant about that because I fucking love this article. So, though it was my first time building a production-ready app with Elixir, I was amazed by how easy it was to build real-time features with Phoenix. These are some of my favorite features and tools that I found very useful while developing the project with Elixir. Phoenix channels, which are a great way to build real-time features. They're built on top of WebSockets, and they provide a simple and easy-to-use API for building real-time apps. ETS, which is the Erlang term storage. It's a built-in key value store in Erlang that's very fast and efficient. No need to bring something like Redis for caching or storing temporary data. Also, Postgres-backed tools like Ecto for the database operations, OBAN for background jobs, Electric SQL for running local-first queries with better UX. Good stuff. Thanks to these features, I was able to deliver the project on time and within budget. If I had chosen a different stack, I might have spent more time configuring and integrating third-party libraries and have less time to focus on building the actual features. Yeah. Conclusion. WhatsApp and Discord are exemplary cases for how the Erlang VM and Elixir can be leveraged to build scalable, real-time apps. However, they are not the only companies harnessing the power of these technologies. Other prominent companies like Spotify, Pinterest, PepsiCo, Financial Times, Heroku, they miss Fly.io, but they're a great example too. These companies have all adopted Erlang-based languages to achieve high concurrency, fault tolerance, and scalability in their respective domains. Also Twitch. Twitch isn't using it anymore, but we used it a bunch for the marathons, and it was so good for that. It was so good. In conclusion, whether you are building a new messaging platform, a real-time gaming service, or any other hyper-connected app, I strongly encourage you to consider the Erlang VM and Elixir as your secret weapons for success. Their unique features and capabilities can help you establish a strong foundation for your app and scale it to new heights without compromising on performance or reliability. Couldn't have put it better myself. Huge shout out to Hoon Wei for writing this awesome article. Are you on Twitter, Hoon? You are. Thank you, Hoon, for writing This awesome article. I loved every word of this, other than the word flutter. I am so thankful you wrote this and that you gave me the opportunity to once again rant all about how powerful Erlang and this whole ecosystem is. Let me know what you think in the comments, though, because I know this isn't for everybody, but I do have a feeling a lot of y'all are going to love what we built. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, because I know Erlang and Elixir aren't for everybody, but I think it might be for you. So let me know. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. We did it. It's past 8 o'clock. Jesus Christ. Dope. That's 5 videos on a one-off stream. That puts us at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2. That's 3 weeks of buffer. That makes me feel less bad about traveling. That was my goal, by the way, guys. Today's stream was to make sure we had enough buffer that I wouldn't have to be stressed when we're traveling. So, yeah. That's funny, KJ. And thank you, No Fuse, for the sub, by the way. Really appreciate that. Sorry I missed it when I was going on that rant. I think that's all I got for today. This is a fun one. Let's figure out who we're rating. Anybody I really owe? Oh, I owe Knowledge a raid because I didn't realize he cheered me last time. Raid, KNX. See you guys 2 weeks probably because I'm not streaming on Wednesday. So not this coming Wednesday. I'll be back next Wednesday. I might do a stream before then, but probably not. Thank you all for coming by for this fun Sunday evening stream. I think it was a good one. See you guys later. Peace. And goodbye to YouTube as well.